Ladies and gentlemen, we wish you a pleasant good afternoon from the International 500 Snowmobile Racetrack here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. It is day number 4 of the 57th running of the GFL Environmental International 500 Snowmobile Race Week. And today it's a busy one here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. My name is Matt Preer out of New Haven, Michigan. Play-by-play broadcasting voice of the I-500 alongside, soon to be joined as he gets his notes prepared, by the pride of Deborah, Ontario, Canada, Spanky Robinson, getting set to join us here in just a matter of moments. John Wick III will be joining us later on today as our lone pit road reporter today. Isaac Wolfgang will join us later on in the week. And Spanky Robinson, it's day number 4. Today is a busy one, to say the least, as we get set to go. Parker Ace Hardware, CUI 500 pole qualifying.
Well, Matt, what a night we had here last night at the I-500. Night number 1 of the racing, the vintage program wrapped up here last night, and a little bit of practice after that for the enduro sleds. And today is going to be qualifying round number 1. We're just moments away. The track looks fantastic. Cloudy conditions here. Got the 1 mile up in the Sioux, and should be fast here. Track looks very quick out here.
Yeah, it sure does. As we get set to go, it's a busy day today. So we're going to start things off here in just a couple minutes. The first of 2 rounds today of Parker Ace Hardware, a CUI 500 pole qualifying. That's going to start. The first round is going to start shortly. Second round will be at 6 o'clock tonight. After the first round of Parker Ace Hardware, a CUI 500 pole qualifying, will be the first of 2 rookie practices, which will be live here on FloRacing. Then at 3:30 p.m., the Kokosing Alberici trailer, old 600 modifieds, will hit the racetrack for practice group qualifying. Then after a dinner break, we got to eat, right, man? We don't get these figures for nothing, right? We got to eat. And then after a dinner break at 5 p.m., it'll be round 1 qualifying for the Meyer Pro Shootout, which will headline things tomorrow night here at the I-500 racetrack. And then, as we mentioned, we come back at 6 o'clock for second round of Parker Ace Hardware. CUI 500 pole qualifying. Then at 7:30 tonight, we go racing with the Kokosing Alberici trailer, old 600 modified shootout.
You know, if you've never been up to the Sioux, these are definitely a couple days that you want to come and see the qualifying, and that Myers Pro Shootout, just a phenomenal race up here. Tonight, the 600 race is going to be a good one. So, full program of racing from here on in here at the I-500, and I'll tell you, I'm excited to see a lot of fast teams, all the best in the enduro business for the pit side here, where they will.
41 teams have officially entered to set the field for the I-500. The top 38 qualifiers are locked in, but that comes with an asterisk. There are several teams, 7 in total, that have brought more than 1 sled. Those 7 teams will then withdraw one of those sleds based on which sled is the quickest at Parker Ace Hardware, CUI 500 pole qualifying. So unofficially, in parentheses and quotation marks, 34 teams will start on Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of these teams have a couple sleds out here. They try different stuff on those sleds. Different clutching, different setups out there to try to figure out what might be the hot setup here around this 1 mile track. It's been quite a winter up here so far at the I-500. A lot of snow and a lot of extremely hard work went into building this track crew up here. They did a phenomenal job, and I think we're in for a heck of an enduro race. It's probably approaching 20 inches of ice on this track, I would guess. Yeah, over 20 inches of ice have been laid down. Track building began just after Thanksgiving, over the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. The second year in a row that's been done with the unusually cold weather, early cold weather, if you will, here in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. They actually lost the track for a couple times, a little bit, because of unusual rain in the month not too long ago. But the track crew's been working nonstop, 24 hours a day. We've got a solid 20-inch base there on this legendary 1 mile ice oval. And track crews, you see them walking around the racetrack, making sure everything's good to go, getting set for qualifying. The order of qualifying was determined by the order of registrations received. So back in December, registration opened.
So the first team that's going to come out onto the racetrack will be that Ski-Doo Racing for Town Brothers Racing. Number 2, Tyler Town, will be your first official qualifier in Parker Ace Hardware, a CY 500 pole qualifying.
Well, you know, if you've ever been up to the Sioux and you see this, just an incredible amount of water gets laid down on this track. It's a glare ice track up here. That's what we race on. And you don't really want to be the first ones out on the track. You want to get maybe a little bit, that track a little bit chewed up and get some better traction out there. But we had some racing out here earlier that has chewed this track up. So I would expect that your first out here, you should have all systems good for a good run here.
Looking forward to it as we get set to go. Parker Ace Hardware Sioux I-500 pole qualifying. The number 2 Town Brothers Racing Ski-Doo Tyler Town will be the first qualifier on the racetrack. He'll be followed by the number 13 Pichet Racing Polaris Drake McCullough will be your second qualifier. As the teams making their way out, we'll send them out 3 at a time. And here we go. First qualifier on the racetrack, the Ski-Doo Racing Town Brothers Racing Ski-Doo. 29-year-old rider from Traverse City, Michigan, drives the number 2. It's Tyler Town. Tyler Town, your first qualifier. Second on the racetrack. Aboard the Outward Heating and Cooling Polaris for Pichet Racing, 26 years old, from right here in Sault Ste. Marie. The 13 of Drake McCullough. And last but certainly not least, aboard the Woody's Racing Products Polaris of DL Racing, 34-year-old rider from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. The 29 of Joey Burge. The 2 of Tyler Town, 13 Drake McCullough, the 29 of Joey Burge. Your first 2 qualifiers. And your first lap of 41.674, 41.674. First lap time for Tyler Town. 41.415, the first warm-up lap there for Drake McCullough in the number 13 machine. And coming out now, the number 29, that is Joey Burge. In Burge first lap of 41.415, 41.415. The times, we thought, you figured the first 3 sleds, you would at least see them in the 39-second bracket. No one has cracked the 39-second bracket yet.
Yeah, quite a couple seconds off of that 39-second here, but we'll see what Town does when he crosses over under the bridge here in lap 2.
A little better, 41.463, 41.463 is the lap for Town. The Pichet Racing entry, second lap better at a 41.047, 41.047 the second lap. And DL Racing, first one to 39, 9:32, 39.932. First is the best lap of record for Joey Burge in the number 29 machine, who'll be teamed up with Nick Wickerham. They went to victory lane down at Kinross Raceway Park 2 weekends ago. 41.469 the next lap for Tyler Town. As the green flag continues to stay out. 41.009 the next lap for Drake McCullough in the number 13. While Joey Burge crosses a 40.063, 40.063. As the green flag has continued to has remained out for these teams.
Well, here comes that Town Brothers Ski-Doo down that long front straightaway to complete. That looks like white flag. He's going to get one more lap of qualifying here.
Town's next lap, a 41.766, 41.766. Starting to slow just a little bit. It's about 0.3 off his best lap. Drake McCullough slower in that lap as well, 41.450, 41.450. His best lap's a 41.009. A 40.251, 40.251. Best lap so far for DL Racing Machine at 39.922. So the final lap for this trio, the first 3, to officially turn laps. So checkered flag comes out. Final lap. The Town Brothers Racing Ski-Doo, a 41.505. 41.505 will keep the best lap of 41.463. 41.463. Final lap for Drake McCullough, a 41.345. 41.345 will keep the best lap of 41.009. And for Joey Burge, a 40.231. 40.231 will keep the best lap of 39.932. The benchmark here amongst the first three.
So a couple real nice laps there for that DL Racing entry. Joey Birch on that 29 there, last week's winner down at the Kinross Speed Park, just about 20 miles away to the south here of the I-500. Very special shout out that last group out there, that number 13 machine, Colin Henderson. Get well soon, buddy. He's down. He had a practice accident and he's recovering. So very special shout out to Colin Henderson.
Yeah, for sure. As we get set to go, next qualifier on the racetrack. Aboard that potent Felsky Farms Polaris for Mickey's Factory Racing, 24-year-old rider from Twining, Michigan, number 57, Zach DeWald. Zach DeWald aboard the number 57 machine. Right behind him, the Climb Snowmobile gear Ski-Doo for Cataract Collision Racing, 33-year-old from Osinecki, Michigan. It's Austin Leak. Austin Leak aboard the number 21 machine, and right behind him, the Prestige Steel and Supply Polaris for World Class Racing, 25-year-old rider from Tawas City, Michigan, the 41 of Scotty Ullman. So you got Zach DeWald in the 57, Austin Leak in the 21, Scotty Ullman in the 41. First lap time for DeWald of 40.695, 40.695 first lap time. That's good for second quick. Austin Leak aboard the number 21 machine, the fourth quick at a 41.039, 41.039. As Scotty Ullman makes his way down to complete his first lap. As waiting to pop up is Ullman's lap. .41.531 was a little late popping up. 41.531 first lap time. DeWald goes a 40.171, 40.171. That's good for second quick for Zach DeWald as Austin Leak makes his way down. A little bit better, 41.025, 41.025. That's good for fourth quick. As Scotty Ullman comes back by for the next lap of 41.405, 41.405. Good for fifth quick. A couple extra laps for everybody here in round one of Parker Race Hardware, Sioux I-500 pole qualifying. Surprise, Spanky Robinson, only one team in the 39-second bracket so far, as Zach DeWald just won a 40.414.
He's taking a look at the track. These machines as they enter turns 1 and 2 look to be, the back end's a little bit loose, so maybe looking for some traction here. Some changes definitely will be made here.
Austin Lee goes a 41.490, 41.490, about 4/10 off his best lap. And Scotty Ullman makes his way down. He'll bump up the third quick at a 40.996, 40.996. For Scotty Ullman, who is one of the three Ullman brothers, not the Allman Brothers, which is John Wick's favorite band, but the Ullman Brothers, spelled with a U. DeWald goes a 40.011, 40.011. Still second quick, but getting ever so closer to Joey Birch in the 29. Here comes Austin Leak and that Cataract Collision Racing Ski-Doo. Gotta get used to saying that. A 41.205, 41.205. It's a white flag being displayed. A couple extra laps for each and everybody here in this first session. 41.865, 41.865, almost a second off for Scotty Ullman, that 41 World Class Racing Polaris. Here comes Zach DeWald down for his final lap. DeWald's, and he'll go to the top. 39.553, 39.553. Zach DeWald goes to P1 here early in Parker Race Hardware. Sioux I-500 pole qualifying, round number one. Here comes Austin Leak now for his final lap of the first round. A 41.071, 41.071 will keep his best lap. A 41.025, fifth quick for Austin Leak in that Cataract Collision Racing Ski-Doo. Scotty Ullman's final lap, 41.711, 41.711 will keep his best lap. A 40.996, third quick for the number 41 World Class Racing Polaris.
Well, some real nice laps for Zach DeWald. You can see him just kind of getting a little bit tick quicker each lap there and finally getting it down and putting it P1 on the board here with that 39.553. But the conditions, Matt, you can see that last lap when DeWald come down in under the bridge here. As soon as he backed off the throttle, that sled goes sideways pretty quick. And the ice conditions seem to be a little crystally, and the sleds seem to be a little loose on the back ends here.
Next trio making their way out. First up, aboard the Alta Equipment Company Polaris for Colbus Racing, 50-year-old rider. We've loved calling him from Slidell, Louisiana. Well, he's back home in Munising, Michigan. The number 8 is Derek Colbus. Derek Colbus aboard the number 8. Right behind him, the Weiss Equipment Polaris for R&R Racing, 32-year-old rider from Bay City, Michigan. The number 20 of Adam Wheeler. Adam Wheeler aboard the number 20 machine. And last but certainly not least, the Vermash Brothers Farms Polaris for WV Performance Racing, 44-year-old rider from Akron, Michigan. The 44, Kevin Vermash. Kevin Vermash, and more than 44. So it's the 8 of Derek Colbus, the 20 Adam Wheeler, and the 44 of Vermash. First lap for Colbus, a 42.588, 42.588. First lap time for Derek Colbus. Adam Wheeler in the third quick at a 40.965. 40.965. Kevin Vermash making his way down, which piqued the interest of Chris Reeves. And the first lap, keeps messing with me here. The 44, first lap 42.058, 42.058. First lap time for Vermash. The time to beat is a 39.553 by Zach DeWalt. Here comes Colbus for a second lap. 42.786, 42.786, about a quarter second off his first lap. 41.342 for Adam Wheeler in the 20 machine. 41.342, about 4/10 off his first lap today. Here comes Vermash down the front stretch. His next lap, it's better, a 41.762. 41.762, currently 8th quick so far amongst 9. And Chris Reeves is dancing in the aisles. A reminder, did you know Chris Reeves' autograph sessions from 5 to 5:05 p.m. today?
I already got his autograph.
Yeah, we need to get him new gloves. He didn't have any gloves downstairs during the pit walk.
We'll pass the hat. We'll get the new gloves.
Colbus next lap, 42.827, 42.827. Wheeler goes a 41.385, 41.385. Multiple extra laps here in round number 1 of Parker Ace Hardware CY 500 pole qualifying. Next lap for Vermash, 41.906, 41.906. His best lap of 41.762 to this point. Always had fun with Derek Colbus, who resided in Slidell, Louisiana. Well, he's back home in Munising, Michigan. We're going to still use Slidell for at least another year. How about that? 43.114, 43.114, a little bit off his best lap. Wheeler's next lap, a 41.822, 41.822. About a second off his best lap. Noticing a little bit of trend, Spank, as the laps getting slower the more laps they go on. And as case in point, a 42.011 for Kevin Vermash.
You can see that last lap, Vermash, when he got off the throttle, that thing just went sideways on him, and he had to collect it back up and get back on the throttle. So they're having a little loose sled conditions, the majority that we've seen here out here early on the I-500.
Colbus struggling a little bit, and Adam Wheeler is actually catching him down the front stretch. Colbus' final lap, a 43.067, 43.067 will keep his best lap. A 42.588, 9th quick for the Colbus Racing number 8. Wheeler's final lap, a 41.304, 41.304. His best lap, a 40.965, 3rd quick for the number 20 R&R Racing Polaris. And Vermash final lap, a 42.331, 42.331. Will keep his best lap, a 41.762. 8th quick for the number 44 WV Racing Machine.
Well, Derek Colbus, always exciting to get down in that trailer and try some of that jambalaya or wherever you call it down there.
Well, I hope he brought the recipe back home with him from
nothing but the best
Louisiana.
down there. So Colbus with his qualifying run there, first round. Just moments ago, Zach DeWald still on top here with that 39.553. Joey Birch, a 42.31. That's the top 2 here.
Next group rolling out. First up, aboard the XLT Engineering Polaris with Stevenson Racing, 24-year-old rider from Auburn, Michigan. The 16 of Preston DeShano. Preston DeShano in the number 16. Right behind him, the Countryside Sales and Service Polaris for Countryside Motorsports. 35-year-old rider from Unionville, Michigan. Number 12, Cam Vermash. Cam Vermash aboard the number 12. And last but certainly not least, The Climb Snowmobile Gear Ski-Doo for Cataract Collision Racing, the second entry for the Cataract Collision Racing entry. The 40-year-old from Grand Lake, Colorado, two-time I-500 winner Wes Selby aboard the number 1 machine. So you got Preston DeShano in the 16, Cam Vermash in the 12, Wes Selby in the 1, your next 3 qualifiers. DeShano's first lap of 42.630, 42.630. First lap time for Preston DeShano. Here comes Cam Vermash down the front stretch, his first lap of 43.366, 43.366. First lap time for Cam Vermash in the 12. Here comes two-time I-500 winner Wes Selby down the front stretch. His first lap of 44.117, 44.117. Times definitely slower than this time one season ago.
Yeah, that machine Selby's on had a little problem here in the warm-up session here earlier this morning. Stuffed it into the hay bales, but Selby now on board.
DeShano's second lap, he bumps up the 9th quick at 42.033, 42.033. First lap, second lap time for Preston DeShano. Here comes Cam Vermash. Better second lap, 42.872, 42.872. Bumps up the number 12 Countryside Motorsports machine to 11th quick. Here comes Wes Selby, his second lap. It's better, a 43.657, 43.657. As Austin Leak was on the primary number 21 Cataract Collision Racing Ski-Doo. He's currently 6th with a 41.025. Here comes DeShano for his third lap. Better yet, 41.964, 41.964. DeShano, the first sled to get faster with each lap to this point.
He was completely sideways in that turn 1 area as he get off the brakes there.
Cam Vermash, second lap slower, or third lap slower, 43.171, 43.171. Here comes Wes Selby, two-time I-500 winner in 2018 and 2015. Better lap, 43.493, 43.493. It's a better lap. He's got quicker every lap, but he's still 12 on a 12 sled.
I think Selby out there just kind of shaking down that sled after this morning's crash there, just trying to make sure everything's okay on that one.
White flag lap for DeShano. First time he goes slower on a lap, a 42.190, 42.190. Here comes Cam Vermash, making his way down the front stretch for his next lap. And he got quicker again, 42.849, 42.849. Still 11th quick for Cam Vermash, number 12. Here comes Wes Selby down the front stretch for his next lap. 43.952, 43.952. About a half second off his best lap of the day so far. So here comes Preston DeShano. His final lap of round 1 is a 42.101, 42.101. Will keep his best lap of 41.964. 9th quick, the number 16 Stevenson Racing Machine. Cam Vermash makes his way down the front stretch for his final lap of round 1, and Vermash, better yet, almost 42.956, 42.956. Will keep his best lap of 42.849. 11th quick, the number 12 Countryside Motorsports Polaris. Wes Selby's final lap of 44.002, 44.002. Will keep his best lap of 43.493. 12th quick for that second Cataract Collision Racing entry.
Interesting, Matt. You look at the, you can see the blue ice, the path that the sleds have been, the 12 of them are out in qualifying here so far. And everybody, I would say, within probably 6 or 8 feet of running this exact same line around this race course here. So the ice just looks to be a little crisp. The crystals are making the back end of these sleds quite loose here. So I think that's the reason in the slower speeds that we used to seeing after for round 1 here.
Next trio making their way on the racetrack. First up, it is a Detroit Quality Staffing Polaris for Hoos Racing, 29-year-old rider from Manistee, Michigan. The 67 of Jordan Carlson. Jordan Carlson in the 67, right behind him. The TMS Truck Center's Polaris for Furkey Racing, 29-year-old rider from across the bridge in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Canada. The 55 of Ryan McCaig. Ryan McCaig in the 55, and last but certainly not least, the Tommy Bauer Excavating Polaris for Tommy Bauer Racing, 47-year-old rider from Alpena, Michigan. Former 2023 I-500 winner, Tyler Nichols. Tyler Nichols, the number 19. So it's Jordan Carlson in the 67, Ryan McCaig in the 55, Tyler Nichols in 19, your next three qualifiers. First lap for Carlson, a 41.406, 41.406, first lap for Carlson. First lap time for the 55 machine. Oh, there he is, 41.548, 41.548. First lap time for McCaig. Well, Nichols goes a 42.240, 42.240 first lap time. Traditionally, in years past, usually your pole award winner comes out of rounds 1 or 2 of Parker Ace Hardware CY500 pole qualifying. Second lap for Carlson, 41.639, 41.639. About a quarter second off his best first lap. Much better lap there for a 41.200, 41.200. Up to 7th quick for that FloRacing Polaris. Here comes Tyler Nichols. A little better, 41.589, 41.589. Move the Tommy Bauer Racing Polaris to top 10.
Starting to see some sleds now take a little bit different line through that turn 1 area, down a little lower here. So these guys looking for the ultimate traction out there, but loose conditions on all these sleds so far.
Best lap of the day for that Who's Racing Polaris, a 41.366, 41.366. That's good for 8th quick for Jordan Carlson. Ryan McCaig goes a 41.948, 41.948. Dropped 3/4 of a second from his best lap of the day, a 41.200. Here comes Tyler Nichols. Nichols' next lap, a 41.608, 41.608. Very consistent from his best lap, which was a 41.589.
Jordan Carlson certainly taking different lines around there. You see him now off 3 out of 4, coming real down on the inside of the track. He went through turn 1 last lap, right down on the bottom. So see how he makes out this run.
Best lap of the day, 41.138, 141.138. 7th quick for the number 67, Who's Racing Polaris. Jordan Carlson at the controls. Ryan McCaig goes a 41.344, 41.344. His best lap so far, a 41.200. Here comes Tyler Nichols for his next to last lap. Nichols' lap, better, best of the day, 41.555, 41.555. Still 10th quick for that Tommy Bauer Racing Polaris. As the trio will now make their way down for their final laps. And final lap of the day for Who's Racing. And it's their best lap, or almost their best lap, 41.204, 41.204 will keep their best lap. 41.138, 7th quick for the number 67, Who's Racing Polaris. And he just got bumped to 8th because FloRacing now holds the 7th spot, a 41.116, 41.116. 7th quick for the 55, FloRacing Polaris with Ryan McCaig. Tyler Nichols' final lap, a 41.863, 41.863 will keep his best lap, a 41.555. 10th quick for the 19, Tommy Bauer Racing Polaris.
So 15 sleds so far out in qualifying session number 1 here, and we just got one sled under that 40-second mark, Zach DeWald. With 2 sleds, under the 40-second mark here. The majority of the sleds around the 41-second mark out here. The track looks to be...
a distinctive gap between Zach DeWald and Joey Birch, first and second. Then to go to third, Adam Wheeler with a 40.965, all over a second.
You could see that they were the first machines out onto the track too. So I would say the conditions, the ice crystals getting on the track, maybe loosening up these sleds as we have more runs here.
Next trio on the racetrack. First up, the Advanced Installation Systems Polaris with Novak Motorsports. 30-year-old rider from Brimley, Michigan, the number 24, Ryan Dulski. Ryan Dulski, the 24, right behind him, fastest man on the property in final overall practice. 2025 I-500 pole award winner, the Felski Farms Polaris from Mickey's Factory Racing. 41 years old from nearby Cedarville, Michigan. The number 5 is James Hicks. James Hicks aboard the 5. And last but certainly not least, the Dean Marine and Excavating Polaris from McCoy Racing. 30-year-old rider from Middleville, Michigan, 88 is Trevor McCoy. So the 24, Ryan Dulski, the 5, James Hicks, 88, Trevor McCoy, your next 3 qualifiers. And Dulski's first lap of 41.881, 41.881, good for 12 quick. Hicks to third quick at a 40.159, 40.159, first lap time for James Hicks. He was the fastest overall sled in last night's nighttime practice and this morning's practice. First lap for McCoy, a 42.560. 42.560 first lap time for Trevor McCoy aboard his own McCoy Racing Polaris.
Boy, Hicks, that last run through there kept it real nice and smooth through 1 and 2. That's the best I've seen so far, so he may be on a good lap here.
Here comes Dalsky for his second lap. It's better, a 41.898, 41.898. Hicks, second lap, better. He's in the 39s, a 39.995, 39.995, still third quick. 3/100ths behind Joey Birch for second.
That's
4/10ths behind his teammate Zach DeWall. McCoy's lap, better yet, 42.559, 42.559. 15th quick for now for the number 88 McCoy Racing Polaris. There's Ryan Dalsky, who's going to turn 14,000 laps this weekend here at the I-500. Comes down. His next lap, 41.455, 41.455. Bump him into the top 10. Bump James Hicks to second quick at a 39.686. 39.686. So Mickey's Factory Racing teammates 1 and 2.
Boy, is that machine of Hicks ever getting through the corners. I'll tell you, the majority of these sleds, you see the back end's kind of skipping out. Hicks, that thing's solid, the back end on that machine. McCoy's
next lap, a 42.667, 42.667. As here comes the 24 of Ryan Dalsky, who's being chased down in a hurry by James Hicks. The last lap for Dalsky, a 42.043, 42.043. Hicks' last lap, a 40.031, 40.031. But his previous lap got him into the 39s, currently second quick as the Mickey's Factory Racing teammates 1 and 2 to this point. Here's McCoy's next lap, 42.930, 42.930, and Hicks is really closing the gap. He's right on Ryan Dalsky. And they come down. Dalsky gives way like they're racing for the win, isn't it? Checkered flag for both. And Dalsky's last lap, a 42.036, 42.036, will keep his best lap, 41.455, 10th quick for the 24 Novak Motorsports Polaris. James Hicks went a 40.403, 40.403 will keep his best lap, 39.686, second quick for that number 5 Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris. And here comes Trevor McCoy down for his final lap. And McCoy's lap, a 42.938, 42.938 will keep his best lap, 42.559. 15th quick for the number 88 McCoy Racing Polaris.
Boy, I'll tell you, that was some impressive laps out there for that number 5, the second Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris out there. James Hicks on board. That sled put together some nice laps out there. His best one. Second on the board here, 39.686. So, like you mentioned, the Mickey Factory Racing Polaris is 1 and 2 in qualifying here. We've ran 18 sleds so far.
We keep on rolling with the next trio as we approach the halfway point of round 1 of Parker Ace Hardware. A CY 500 pole qualifying. Next rider on the racetrack aboard the Hunt Tree Farm Polaris for Brownlee Boys Racing. 31-year-old rider from Powers, Michigan. The 77 is Josh Mapes. Josh Mapes in the 77. Right behind him, 2022 I-500 race winner, the Polaris Racing Polaris for Nelson Racing, 49 years old, from Scandia, Minnesota. The 28 is Justin Tate. Justin Tate in the 28 machine. And last but not least, the High Street Insurance Partners Polaris for Erickson Racing, 32-year-old rider from Fife Lake, Michigan, the 0 Jordan Erickson. So you got Josh Mapes in the 77, Justin Tate in the 28, Jordan Erickson in the 0, your next 3 qualifiers. Here comes Josh Mapes, his first lap. It's a 43.103, 43.103, first lap time for Mapes. Justin Tate down the front stretch, his first lap, 42.498, 42.498, first lap time for Tate. Here comes Jordan Erickson, first lap. 42.855, 42.855, first lap time for Jordan Erickson. Chad Seiler was going to be one of the riders on this Erickson Racing number 0. He's having surgery today, So we all our best to Chad Seiler and his family as he goes under the knife here. He may be under the knife right now. Mapes comes across his next lap. 43.024, 43.024, currently 20th quick. Justin Tate crosses. Better at a 42.461, 42.461. Good for 15th quick for that Nelson Racing Polaris. Here comes Jordan Erickson, his next lap. 43.051, 43.051, about 0.2 off his best lap, currently 19th. Already pulling out the Werner Zero Sugar here, Spanky Robinson. As the next trio make their way down, teams getting extended laps here in this first round of Parker Race Hardware, SUI 500 pole qualifying. Next lap for Mapes, a 43.237, 43.237. Tate, a 42.715, 42.715, about 0.3 off his best lap. Here comes Jordan Erickson down the front stretch for his next lap. 43.489, 43.489, about 0.6 off his best lap of round one.
You can see the riders, Matt, as they get these extended laps here, trying to find better traction, running different lines every lap out here. Particularly these three. Justin Tate, they just went by right down tight on the inside of 1 and 2.
Mapes next lap, a 43.499, 43.499, about 0.4 off his best lap. Justin Tate, 42.834, 42.834, like Mapes, about 0.4 off his best lap of this for round one. Jordan Erickson comes across. 42.919, 42.919, just under 1/10 off his best lap of the day so far. The time to beat to 39.553, set by the number 57 Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris, Zach DeWald, setting the benchmark here in round one, with teammate James Hicks right behind at a 39.686. Final lap for Mapes. 43.542, 43.542 will keep his best lap, 43.024. 20th quick for the 77 Brownlee Boys Racing Polaris. Justin Tate's final lap is his best of the day, 42.408, 42.408. 15th quick for the Nelson Racing Polaris, number 28. And Jordan Erickson crosses at a 43.813, 43.813 will keep his best lap, 42.855. 19th quick for number 0 Erickson Racing Polaris.
21 sleds now have been on to the race course here for round one qualifying here underway here at the I-500, and it's been an interesting qualifying session. Just a couple sleds under that 40-second mark, but the majority of them around the 41-second mark here.
We still can't get over that gap between now third and fourth.
Yeah.
Third fastest is a 39.932. Fourth is a 40.965. Over a second between third and fourth quick. Here's your next three. First up, aboard the Weiss Equipment Polaris for the second entry for R&R Racing, 35-year-old rider from Midland, Michigan. The 27 is Andrew Terrell. Andrew Terrell in the 27, right behind him. 7-time winner of the I-500 aboard the Polaris Racing Polaris for Bunkie Racing. 44-year-old rider from Midascow, Alberta, Canada. It's Aaron Christensen. Aaron Christensen in the 74. And last but certainly not least, the Greaves Body Shop Polaris or K&E Racing, 25-year-old from nearby Gatesville, Michigan, is Trevor Warner. Trevor Warner in the 48. So you got Andrew Terrell in the 27, Aaron Christensen in the 74, Trevor Warner in the 48. Your next three qualifiers. Andrew Terrell crosses. Good first lap, 42.308. 42.308 bumps him up to 15th quick in his first lap. Here comes Christensen, his first lap of the day. He'll go to 10th quick, 41.257, 41.257. As Trevor Warner makes his way down for K&E Racing, his first lap. Not bad, a 42.818, 42.818, puts him in the top 20. You were noticing, Spanky, a lot of these competitors going really high in turns 1 and 2.
That last run there, yeah, just kind of hit a stutter bump and jumped up over that berm there. So we'll watch and see how they make through this time by.
Terrell's second lap of 42.496, 42.496. Christensen comes across. to fourth quick at a 40.718. 40.718. Second lap, fourth quick for that Bunky Racing Polaris. 7-time winner Aaron Christensen. Next lap for Warner bumps up to 16th quick at a 42.178. 42.178. 16th quick for the number 48 K&E Racing Polaris, who have their brothers Warner at the controls, Trevor and Wade. And here comes Andrew Terrell for his next lap. 42.560, 42.560, about a quarter second off his best lap. Christensen crosses, even quicker, a 40.665, 40.665, fourth quick for the 74 Bunky Racing Polaris, not known necessarily for their qualifying exploits. Next lap for Warner, even better, 41.966, 41.966. Still 16th quick. We're accustomed to seeing Bunky Racing around, 8th to about 20th. It varies, where they start in the I-500, but it doesn't matter. That team's won 9 of them. Here comes Andrew Terrell down the front stretch. 42.534, 42.534. Christensen, not as quick that last lap. 41.077, 41.077. Rick Federer's here. We got to behave, Spanky. Hey, he just told us to straighten up, or he's going to pull the whip out.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know, right? We're grounded. 42.750, 42.750 the next lap. I have a bunch of paperwork down there. You want to throw it in there. Okay. Thank you, Rick Federer. Rick Federer giving us instruction. Andrew Terrell's final lap. 43.030, 43.030 will keep his best lap of the day of 42.308. 17th quick for the 27 R&R Racing Polaris. Christensen's final lap, 41.225, 41.225 will keep his best lap of 40.665. Fourth quick for the 74 Bunky Racing Polaris. Here comes Trevor Warner in the 48 final lap. Up to 15th quick, 41.825, 41.825. 15th for the 48 K&E Racing Polaris.
Interesting run there for Aaron Christensen out on that Bunky Racing Polaris out there. You can see him go to school on that track every lap, just finding that smooth lane through there, through the corners, and improved all the time out there. So real nice run for Christensen. Currently has that Bunky Racing Polaris fourth on the board, his best time of 40.665.
We get ready for the next trio. 24 sleds down, 17 to go here in round one. Parker Ace Hardware. Sioux Live 500 pole qualifying. First up, your defending race winner of the most thrilling and prestigious snowmobile race in the world, the Polaris Racing Polaris for Nelson Racing. 34-year-old rider from Fergus Falls, Minnesota. The 18 is Dan Revering. Dan Revering aboard the 18. Right behind him, the A1 Airport Hangars Polaris for Let's Go Racing. 33-year-old rider from Muskota, Michigan. The number 10 of Jake Giroux. Jake Giroux aboard the number 10 machine. And right behind him, four-time I-500 winner in the second Bunky Racing entry, the Polaris Racing Polaris for Bunky Racing. 30-year-old rider from Kindred, North Dakota. The 14 is Taylor Bunky. Taylor Bunky in the 14. So you got Dan Revering in the 18, Jake Giroux in the 10, Taylor Bunky in the 14. Your next three. First lap time for the 18 of Revering, 8th quick at a 41.016. 41.016. First lap time for Dan Revering. That's good for 8th quick. Giroux's first lap of 42.564, 42.564, just outside the top 20. Taylor Bunky crosses to 10th quick at a 41.068, 41.068. First lap time for Taylor Bunky. That second Bunky Racing entry that Gabe Bunky wants to team up with John Wick III to come out as a team.
I told Wick to leave his helmet at home. I guess he must have snuck one into the trailer.
Right. Dan Revering's second lap. Still 8th quick, 41.271, 41.271. Gabe Bunky was all for it during the grid walk this morning. Put him and John Wick III together on that number 14 sled. Heck yeah. Jake Giroux's second lap, up to the 19, 42.274, 42.274. And Taylor Bunky, 41.432, 41.432. Who can we get for a third rider for Gabe Bunky and John Wick III? Because they're both going to need naps at some point. John Bozak, yes. Oh, the old-timers team.
There'd be over 400 years experience out there.
Oh, my gosh. Dan Redwing down the front stretch, his next lap. To fifth quick at a 40.830, 40.830, fifth quick. The 18, Nelson Racing Polaris. Here comes Jake Giroux. Down the front stretch, he bumps up to 18, 41.935, 41.935. Taylor Bunke crosses, 41.132, 41.132, about a half second off his best lap. So Mickey's Factory Racing 1 and 2, DL Racing 3rd, Bunke Racing 4th, Nelson Racing 5th. About what you would expect. Red Ring's next lap, 41.086, 41.086. His best lap's a 40.830, fifth quick so far with one more lap to go. Here comes Jake Giroux. 42.246, 42.246, about 3/10 off. Taylor Bunke to fifth quick, 40.721, 40.721. So you got two Mickey's Factory Racing sleds, first and second. You got DL Racing third. And then you got the two Bunke Racing entries, fourth and fifth. Here comes Reverie trying to get back in that top five. Almost a 40.764, 40.764. Sixth quick for your defending race winners, number 18, Nelson Racing Polaris. Here comes Jake Giroux for his final lap. A 42.078, 42.078 will keep his best lap of 41.935. 10th quick for the Let's Go Racing Polaris. Taylor Bunke's final lap, 41.173, 41.173 will keep his best lap of 40.721. Fifth quick for the 14, Bunke Racing Polaris.
So nice run, Taylor Bunke out there to put together a couple of real nice laps out there. Has that second Bunke Racing Polaris, fifth on the board there as well. That Nelson Racing Polaris, the young guys sled, I was told this morning at breakfast. That's the young guys, the number 18, the Nelson Racer of Dan Revering. He also put together a nice lap.
Now, I have a question on that. How is that the young guy's sled when Marshall Bussey's on the third sled and he's younger than all of them?
They told us today they have an old guy's sled and a young guy's sled.
Okay.
A geriatric or something. I just forget the word. Geriatric, yeah. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
Next trio on the racetrack. First up, the KS and Company Exteriors Polaris for Schwartz Racing. 42-year-old rider from across the bridge in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Canada. The 75 of Ken Schwartz. Ken Schwartz in the 75. Right behind him, the previously mentioned Polaris Racing Polaris, a third entry for Nelson Racing. 22-year-old rider from Green Bay, Wisconsin. The number 25, 2022 I-500 winner, Marshall Bussey. Marshall Bussey aboard the number 25. And last but certainly not least, the Macy X Sawmill Arctic Cat for KMW Racing. 54 years old from Gatesville, Michigan, the 26, Scott Maciag. Scott Maciag in the 26. First lap time for Schwartz, a 42.100, 42.100, 20th quick. Marshall Bussey to fourth quick at a 40.632, 40.632. First lap time for Marshall Bussey, who out-qualified his Nelson Racing teammates. First lap for Maciag, 43.511, 43.511. First lap time for Maciag, your 30th qualifier. Here in round one of Parker Ace Hardware, Sioux I-500 pole qualifying. Lap number 2, about to wrap up. And for Schwartz, his next lap, 42.462, 42.462. Bussey goes even quicker, a 40.470, 40.470. Fourth quick for Marshall Bussey. That third Nelson Racing entry, number 25. Here's Maciag crossing. 44.306, 44.306 the next lap.
Last lap for Bussey. Boy, he really held that throttle down under the bridge there. He pushed up over the berm on the entry into the turn one, but he really ran it down the straightaway.
Next lap for Schwartz, a 42.193, 42.193. Bussey goes a 40.651, 40.651. sure I zip that. There we go. Getting our social media coordinated for round 1 of practice. Maciag's next lap. 44.412, 44.412. The next lap for Scott Maciag. In the 26 machine. As Marshall Bussey coming up on the back bumper of Ken Schwartz. Schwartz next lap. 42.610, 42.610. Bussey goes even quicker, a 40.259, 40.259, getting ever so closer to Joey Birch for that final podium position in third.
Bussey really got through turn 2 there in that last one on that exit, and as he approaches that Ken Schwartz machine.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, we got fudge. Oh my goodness, we're going to have some. Maciag's best lap of the day, 43.479, 43.479 for Maciag. Here comes Bussey and Schwartz. Bussey crosses first, even quicker at a 40.145, 40.145. Good for fourth quick. And also Ken Schwartz in the 75, a 42.594. So for Bussey, will keep his best lap, a 40.145. Fourth quick for the 25 Nelson Racing Polaris. Ken Schwartz, his last lap was a 42.594. Will keep his best lap, 42.100. 21st quick for the 75 Schwartz Racing Polaris. And Maciag crosses at a 44.001, 44.001. Will keep his best lap, 43.479. 29th quick for the 26 Maciag Racing Arctic Cat.
But I'll tell you what, boy, we got the first winners of the I-500. We got the Close boys up here. Where's that other gangster? Is he? He's coming up tomorrow. Nice to see you guys. We got the world's most famous fudge in the world.
I'm starving too. I had no breakfast this morning. I may have to.
Thank you, boys.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Talk to you later.
Always good to see you guys.
You bet. Look after each other, eh?
Of the I-500. As we continue to roll on with qualifying. Next rider on the racetrack aboard the Fox Motorsports Arctic Cat for RNS Racing, 40-year-old rider from Bay City, Michigan, number 17, Michael Lineberger. Michael Lineberger in the 17. Right behind him, aboard the Fountain Trucking and Excavating Polaris for Fountain Racing, 46-year-old rider from right here in Sault Ste. Marie, the 00 Dan Minta. Dan Minta in the 00. And last but certainly not least, the Jays Power Center Polaris with Jays Power Center Racing, 39-year-old rider from Reedsburg, Wisconsin, the 02, Jay Middlestat. Jay Middlestat in the 02. So you got the 17 of Michael Lineberger, 00, Dan Minna, 02 of Jay Middlestat, your next three qualifiers. Lineberger's first lap of 43.436, 43.436. Lineberger joining the RNS Racing stable this season. Had his own Lineberger Motorsports entry last year. First lap from Minta, 45.714, 45.714. First lap time. First lap time there for Jay Middlestat. We gotta find him. Where'd he go? There he is, 42.233, 42.233. First lap time for Middlestat. As Michael Lineberger crosses over for his second lap. It's better, 42.944, 42.944. Up to 29th quick, the RNS Racing Arctic Cat. Here comes Dan Minna from right here in Sault Ste. Marie, new team for Fountain Racing. 45.601, 45.601, Jay Middlestat. Next lap, a 42.050, 42.050, up to 21st quick for Middlestat. Former Eagle River world champion. I've never been to Eagle River, John Wick III. I need to go, I know. Lineberger's next lap, bumped up to 27th, 42.826, 42.826, second lap. For Lineberger's Middlestat closing the gap on Dan Minta in a hurry. We saw the last group come out. Marshall Bussey actually had to pass the competitor in front of him. That was Ken Schwartz. Middlestat, best lap of the day, 42.029, 42.029 up to 21st quick. While Dan Minta's last lap of 45.972. 45.972 for Minta on the 00. Lineberger crosses for his white flag lap. He gets a little quicker, 42.659, 42.659. Up to 27th quick for the RNS Racing Arctic Cat. Gotta get used to saying that, RNS Racing Arctic Cat. Jay Middlestat comes across. He bumps up to 17th quick on a 41.671, 41.671. Dan Minta, 46.603, 46.603. They got work to do. And that number 00 Fountain Racing entry. They are currently mired in the basement in qualifying at this point. Lineberger crosses for his final lap. And it's a 43.796, 43.796. Will keep his best lap, a 42.659. 27th quick for number 17, RNS Racing Arctic Cat. Here comes Jay Middlestat. His final lap of the day. It's better, 41.633, 41.633. Good for 17th quick. By number 02, Jay's Power Center Polaris. Dan Minta's final lap. Best one of the day, 45.553, 45.553. 33rd quick for 00 Fountain Racing Polaris.
So good runs. You can see Jay Middlestat, the best of the three out there on that machine. Had a chance to see Bobby Meny there a couple days ago at dinner, and Bobby building a brand new sled there. Jay Middlestat on board, and nice laps. Got quicker every lap there. So Middlestat.
That is going to be a sneaky good team. Jay Middlestat, Bobby Meny, Troy Conlon, and Bruce Brandt.
Bobby Meny talking, if you're just new to it, talking that a lot of hours into building this brand new sled to bring to the I-5. So
for sure. This group rolls out. First up, brand new team, and happy birthday to Joel Diamond, who turned 50. I believe it was yesterday. The Diamond Precast Ski-Doo for Bulldog Racing by Diamond Motorsports. 50-year-old rider from Flushing, Michigan. 2019 I-500 winner Ryan Spencer in the 22 machine. Spencer in the 22. Right behind him, the Fletcher's Buick GMC Polaris for AP Motorsports. 30-year-old rider from Indian River, Michigan, the 51, Jared Anderson. Jared Anderson in the 51, and right behind them, the Arctic Cat Racing Arctic Cat for Lungus Racing, 30-year-old rider from Thief River Falls, Minnesota, the 23 of Ben Lungus. Ben Lungus in the 23. So you got the 22 of Ryan Spencer, 51 Jared Anderson, 23 Ben Lungus. Spencer's first lap, a 43.275, 43.275 first lap time for Spencer. First lap for Anderson, 42.696, 42.696. First lap for Lungus, a 43.767, 43.767 first lap time for Lungus. Zach DeWald holds down the fort with a 39.553 at the moment. As we mentioned earlier, usually the pole award time usually comes in the first or second round. Spencer's second lap, he gets better, 42.903, 42.903. Second lap for Ryan Spencer. Anderson's second lap, a 43.134, 43.134, about a half second off his best lap. Here comes Ben Lungus. His first lap, 43.727, 43.727, first lap time for Lungus.
Boy, Ben Lungus, that back end of that Arctic Cat, real loose there. You can see as he got on the brakes, he just thing totally sideways, just got back on the throttle and straightened it out and head down that back straightaway.
Next lap for Spencer, 43.737, 43.737. Next lap for Jared Anderson, best lap of his day, 42.146, 42.146 is his next best lap. Next lap for Lungus in the 23 machine, 43.385, 43.385 is the next lap for Lungus. And we're sitting here wondering, we're going to give you an explanation as the extended laps here in just a second. Ryan Spencer, a 42.659, 42.659. Bump up to 29th quick. Jared Anderson now at a 43.488, 43.488. Ben Lungus will come across. As Lungus down the front stretch he goes. 43.223, 43.223. Little change in qualifying procedure in Park Race Hardware CY 500 pole qualifying. Went away with the open track, the green-white checkered. Go to 5 laps each group. So a little subtle change in Park Race Hardware CY 500 pole qualifying. It accomplishes a couple things. We'll get to it in a second. Spencer's final lap. His best lap of the day, 42.598, 42.598. 28th quick, the number 22. Bulldog Racing by Diamond Motorsports Ski-Doo. Jared Anderson's final lap, 43.432, 43.432. His best lap, a 42.146. 23rd quick for the 51 AP Motorsports Polaris. And Ben Lungus, his final lap, 43.338, 43.338. Will keep his best lap, 43.223. 33rd quick. They got work to do on that Lungus Racing Arctic Cat. So wrapping it up slowly here.
36 sleds so far out on for round 1 of qualifying out here. And still top time at 39.553. Zach DeWald on that Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris. The second Mickey's Factory Racing sled, James Hicks, on board with a 39.686. And then there's Joey Birch on the DL Racing Polaris, third on the board at 39.932. Those are the 3 sleds under the 40-second mark here in round 1 of qualifying.
Next group on the racetrack. First up, the Polaris Racing Polaris 13 Heritage Racing. 36 years old from Roseville, Minnesota. The 54 of Alex Satine. Alex Satine in the 54. Right behind him, the 5 Generations Creamery Arctic Cat for Team Arctic East. 40-year-old rider from Oswego, New York. The 52 of Ken Murphy. Ken Murphy in the 52. And last but certainly not least, 2018 I-500 race winner for the Arctic Cat Racing Arctic Cat for HC Racing. 29-year-old rider from Eagle River, Wisconsin. The 32, Zach Herfindahl. Zach Herfindahl in the 32. First lap for the 54 machine. There it is. 14th quick, 41.253, 41.253. There are 4 sleds on the racetrack. The final one, the Evanston Orchid Ski-Doo for Team Torture Racing, 30 years old from Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. The 35 of Jake Ritchie. 45.940, 45.940. First lap time for Zach Herfindahl in the 32. Oh, Ken Murphy. That was his time. Sorry about that. 45.940, 45.940. First lap time for Murphy. As Herfindahl's first lap, a 41.389, 41.389. They sent 4 sleds out on us. A 46.168, 46.168. First lap time for Team Torture for that 35 machine. A Team Heritage second lap, 41.793, 41.793. They threw us a curveball, threw 4 sleds out there. Herfindahl's next lap, even better, 41.352. Put him in the top 15, 41.352. Well, there were 4 sleds on the racetrack. One of them was dropped off. $45.264, 45.264. The next lap for Jake Ritchie, the 35 Team Torture Racing entry. All the 54 of Alex Satine, 41.473, 41.473 for a team. Herfindahl's next lap, 41.369, 41.369. Awfully close to his 41.352, which is his best lap. Currently 15th. One sled dropped off. May have been the 52. Next lap for the 18 Heritage Racing Polaris, a 42.213, 42.213. While Jake Ritchie and the Team Torture in their 35, a 44.944, 44.944. And it was Ken Murphy who dropped off, only took 1 lap, but he is on the board. A 45.940, 45.940. Next lap for Herfindahl looked pretty good. 41.575, 41.575. So we'll revert back a little bit. The 45.940, currently 40th quick. The number 52, Team Arctic Cat East, Arctic Cat. There's one lap for Ken Murphy. Checker flag coming out on this group. A 41.627, 41.627 will keep the best lap. 41.253, 14th quick for the number 54, Team Heritage Racing Polaris, while Jake Ritchie, the Team Torture entry, 45.082, 45.082 will keep the best lap. 44.944, 38th quick for the Team Torture Racing Ski-Doo. And for Zach Herfindahl, he bumps up to 14th quick at a 41.253, 41.253, 14th quick for the 32 HC Racing Arctic Cat.
So it looks like maybe 2 more to go here in qualifying round number 1 here. And that Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris of Zach DeWald currently top of the board here with that 39.553. It looks like 2 more to come out here. We only have 1 more listed, so they threw another curveball at us.
Yeah, I'm looking at that, and yeah, it should be the last one. Should be the number 3 Team Torture Racing entry, the second entry out of Team Torture Racing.
Dylan Dorn, I seen two machines go down to the road to come onto the track, so we'll wait and see. They have not released them out onto the race course here just yet, but there are definitely 2 riders ready to come on the track. So,
and it could be the second one could be the 00, the Fountain Racing entry, who was out there earlier but was having transponder issues. It was picking up about every other lap.
I bet you.
So we may see it. We know that the first one is Dylan Dorn, the Edmondson Orchid Ski-Doo for Team Torture Racing, 35-year-old rider from Zumbro Falls, Minnesota, which is not far from John Wick, I don't think. And then Dan Minta should be returning on that Fountain Trucking and Excavating Polaris for Fountain Racing, the 46-year-old from right here in Sault Ste. Marie. So
an interesting round of qualifying. Loose conditions for the majority of these sleds out there, so I'm sure there'll be a lot of changes going on back pit side for round 2 here later on today. But the Mickey Factory Racing sleds, those certainly they got those ones dialed in. 39-second runs for those guys. That DNL Racing Joey Birch, number 29, also a 39-second run. And then you got the Nelson Racing 25, that's 4th on the board. And top 5, that Aaron Christensen on board that 74 Bunky Racing Polaris puts good laps down out there, a 46.65. So that's your top 5 here as we wait for
and what this could be, and we'll get confirmation, but that could be your first 2 competitors in the first rookie practice.
Oh.
We'll get confirmation on that here in just a second.
I would have, yeah, it could be. I would have thought they would have released the sleds out on for qualifying if that was the case already. So that could be very well be, but
I'll get a confirmation for you.
I'll round down. I'll continue to round out the top 10 here for you. So. Well, they changed race monitor on me here now, so we'll have to wait and see. But nonetheless, your fast qualifier with that 39.553 is Zach DeWald after round 1 of qualifying on his Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris, that 57. What'd you find out, Matt?
Well, Spanky, round 1 of Parker Ace Hardware CY 500 pole qualifying is complete. So the Fountain Racing team is going to go ahead and wait for the second round before getting theirs in. So it is Zach DeWald and that Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris setting the mark to beat at a 39.553. Coming up next, Spanky, will be rookie practice number 1. And Matt Smith is looking at me, our producer, saying we probably should take a break. A small one? Just an itty-bitty one.
Let me run down the qualifying quickly here, the top 10 anyways. So again, on top of the board in that Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris, Zach DeWald, the 57. Second on the board, the number 5 Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris. Third on the board, the 29 DL Racing Polaris. 4th on the board, the Nelson Racing number 25. 5th spot, Bunky Racing 74 on the board. 6th spot, the second Bunkie Racing entering the number 14. 7th spot, the Nelson Racing number 18 Polaris. 8th on the board, the R&R Racing Polaris, the number 20. 9th on the board, that 41 WC Racing entry, the 9th on the board, and rounding out the top 10, that was the number 13 Pichet Racing entry. So that is your top 10 here after one round of qualifying here at the I-500.
So let's take a short little break. Come right back with first rookie practice. Coming up next, appreciate everyone tuning in live on FloRacing. We'll take just a short, maybe 5 or less minute break. When we come back, it's the first of 2 rookie practices. You're watching day 4 of the 57th running of the GFL Environmental International 500 Snowmobile Racetrack from Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. We'll be right back. And welcome back to day number 4, the 57th running of the GFL Environmental International 500 Snowmobile Race Week from Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. Current temperature is a balmy -1 degree here in Michigan's Upper Peninsula on the racetrack now. It is the first of 2 I-500 rookie practices. If you're checking out your race monitor, want to know times, well, you're not going to find any. As is tradition here at the I-500, the scoring monitors are not turned on during rookie practice. It is not about how fast you go, it's about control. And to explain that a little bit more, Spanky Robinson will be joined by 4-time winner of the I-500, Mr. John Wick III. Spanky, it's all yours, my friend.
Well, thanks, Matt. Out on the practice session, 5 sleds out onto the track, like you'd mentioned. No times recorded, just want to get the rookies comfortable with these sleds. Thanks for joining us, John.
Oh, thank you, Spanky and Matt. Good job up here in the booth there.
Well, they continue to be out here qualifying. We've seen a little bit of a loose racetrack out there. A lot of the sleds, the back ends loose in qualifying round number 1 here. So the rookies will have a little different look out here when they get out onto the track here. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think you called it there in qualifying, Spanky. The ice is loose. It's got the warmer temperature, and yeah, they're all showing some looseness there, which I always liked that. I'd much rather on this track have a loose sled than a tight sled.
Those 5 rookie riders out on there. Jack Henderson out on that Pichet Racing number 13. Sawyer Allman out on the World-Class Racing Polaris, number 41. Trent Sorum on the Channel Racing number 16. Eric Simon, the Sioux Ontario rider, out on that number 55 rookie racing entry. And Michael Kuzner, the final 5th rider out there on that Novak Motorsports number 24. So that's the 5 rookie riders currently out on the track here in rookie practice here at the I-500.
Yeah, great qualifying session right before this. 2-time defending champion, world champion Eagle River that's sitting on the pole. His teammate there in second.
Boy, we've seen the sleds that seem to have the best luck, those Mickey Factory sleds, were one of the early ones out on the qualifying round of that round 1 out there. So obviously as the qualifying round went on, more ice crystals got chewed up on the track and the sleds got looser. But we did see a few sleds make some good runs after that.
Yeah, absolutely. The more that builds up, it slows you down a little bit. So I think you're always better off being, maybe the 7th, 8th, 10th sled out for the best.
There's Simon now. Simon under there, boy, one sled onto the brakes pretty hard there. He was not ready to realize that his qualifying, or I should say practice session, had been flagged, and that one in the books there. Just about got into the back end of one sled here as they entered that turn 1, turned down the pit road.
Spanky, I've said it here the last few years, this rookie session of practice, I think it's just the greatest idea that the I-500 came up with here a few years back.
You're a crew chief, John. What do you tell a young rider if they what would you say to a young rider getting on that machine, say for the first time on the machine of the I-500?
Well, I would tell them the same thing my dad always told me before I went out racing. Only drive that sled as fast as you feel comfortable with. Don't try to get any more out of it than what you feel comfortable with.
Well, the next one's out on the track. It looks like they might have possibly mixed up the lineup as they were supposed to come out here on us. So we'll have to do our best to try to get some numbers for you. It looked like that sled that just went by was a 13. That might have been Jack Henderson that was out on that Pichet Racing machine. Hello. Boy, I'll tell you what, a special hello going out to Colin Henderson, injured in a practice accident down at the Kinross Speed Park. We know he's down in Petoskey, Michigan, and we know he's on board. So
yep, I hope he's listening to us, Spanky, and we get give a shout out to Colin there for a speedy recovery. You hate to see that in our sport here, but boy, I know that the racing family here has really rallied around and shown him support. I really like that.
Tony Gravadoni in that number 51, that AP Motorsport machine out on the track in rookie practice session here. 5 machines currently out at a time here. The rookies get an opportunity to get out and get on these machines and have a look. A lot of them for their first time here at the I-500. I believe that is Jack Henderson, who just went under the bridge on that Piché Racing number 13, followed by Gravadoni. Also out there on the 41, I think that's Sawyer Ullman on that entry, that Polaris.
But yeah, talking about it, just the track time here at the I-500, it's a different track. There's only one in the world like this track here. There's no way to prepare yourself when you come here, and especially as a rookie, you got the jitters anyway. But to get out, make some laps, no stress on trying to put in a fast time, get a feeling with the sled and the track. Just a great thing they do here at the I-500.
I got to ask you, your very first lap here at the I-500, I'm going to call that a rookie lap. What was your thoughts on your first lap to go around this one?
Well, I'll tell you what. My background before coming here in the 85 the first time was running cross-country snowmobile racing on 340 stock snowmobiles, 400 stock snowmobiles. Yeah, to come here with a modified triple pipe 600 Indy and then driving down the hill to when you cross the track right before turn 1 here to get into the pit area. I looked to my left there and saw that 2,000-foot straightaway, and I immediately got butterflies in my stomach.
Was there a problem in the back end as you took a look down there?
I'll tell you what, anybody that has been fortunate enough to make laps on this track will tell you there's nothing else like it, the experience of coming down that front straightaway and seeing that bridge and knowing in order to make a fast time, you got to hold it on just about to that bridge. And yeah, it's exhilarating, Spanky.
Well, 5 more rookie sleds out onto the track here. Possibly Brock Young on that Team Arctic East Arctic Cat out onto the track. I believe might have been Troy Conlon out there, or possibly Bruce Brandt. 2 rookies listed on that Jace Power Sports 02 machine. We'll get some more numbers for you as they come by here, but rookie practice out onto the track here. The number 16 sled, the Deshano entry out there with rookie rider Trent Sorum out there. Just made his way down through turn 1 and out of turn 2 down that back straightaway. Well, I lied. They let 6 out this time. So yes. Either they let an extra one out, he snuck out, or they're letting 6 go at a time. So.
Well, I'll tell you what, the rookie class, I think, is pretty strong. They're putting in some really good laps, Spanky. Look like they're in control. Not afraid to drive her in hard and let that back end drift out a little bit.
No, I'm not sure who that is on Bobby Menny's 02 entry out there, but certainly putting down a pretty good looking laps there. Also out on the race course is that number 88 entry, rookie rider Colton Laskinen, the rider on board that one. Sleds all running pretty tight. They're all down at the far end of the 1 mile oval here up in the Sioux here as they come down that front straightaway. Checkered flag will fly and bring this practice session for these rookies to an end here. one of the 55, the number 55 machine also. Rookie rider out there. And I don't know, that possibly could be Brian Ball. Eric Simon was out earlier on 55, so I'm guessing that's Brian Ball maybe out there for some track time.
You know, Spanky, one unique part of the I-500 here versus a lot of the other races, it's kind of a melting pot for all different forms of snowmobile racing. We got top cross-country teams here, guys that have won all the races so far this year. Looking at Dan Revering coming off a win in North Dakota last weekend. We got Paul Brown that's joining Alex Atine again on the 54 Heritage Racing machine. Paul Brown won the first 3 cross-country this year. You got the oval racing world champion Zach DeWald that went over and showed the sprint oval guys that the enduro guys can compete, and just a unique deal. So you got cross country, you got sprint oval, you got MIRA enduro guys out here. And it's really cool mix.
You know what? The fans up in Sault Ste. Marie are absolutely treated to a spectacular show here. I go back in time. There was the odd rider out of Minnesota. Now a lot of the top dogs they're coming here. How many teams down in Pittside are down in that Minnesota area where these guys race every weekend down there? So we are very happy to have all these race teams that show up here and put on a show here at the I-500.
Yes, how cool for our enduro guys, like Zach DeWald to go over to Eagle River and compete against the oval sprint greats like Blaine Stevenson, Reed Klingler, Gunnar Stern, all those guys that are really, really good short oval sprint racers, and then have these MIRA guys, oval enduro guys, go and compete with them. And so it's an exciting time in racing right now.
And I'm sure if you're a Zach DeWald or something, you just cherish the opportunity to go over and race against the top dogs in the sprint. The same the other way. Paul Brown, a young Paul Brown, is still in college, coming here and racing against the best in enduro racing here at the I-500. So I'm sure if you want to be the top dog in snowmobile racing, you're pretty happy to race all this different.
Right on. Just a real neat deal. One time a year to have all these different forms of racers come and compete against each other.
If you're joining us on FloRacing, thanks for getting on board here. We got rookie practice underway here at the I-500. I'm joined by 4-time champion here at the I-500, John Wick the third. Maybe Big John back home is dialing us in.
Yep, my dad was going to be on FloRacing this week. So, Spanky, the week after the I-500 last year, I got invited out to the World Championship Snowmobile Derby Legend Laps there in Eagle River, Wisconsin. Mark Resch from out there invited me out there and provided a Formula 3 650 Polaris snowmobile for me to go and take some laps around that oval. And they're having that event again this year on Sunday, February 22nd, the day after the Ride with the Champs there on February 21st. And, I'm thinking I might want to go there.
I don't know if that's a good idea. We might lose you as a pit reporter here next year, and next thing you know, you'll be back out here running this race here. But, fantastic that they have that Legends ride down there. I mean, you get there and just amazing.
Anybody can go, Spanky. You can take any sled that you have and you can go out on that track and make laps. So pretty awesome deal. And all the proceeds from that go to the Snowmobile Hall of Fame, which, talking about that, think of how many Hall of Famers we have out here.
I know.
Troy DeWald and Zach DeWald. We got Todd Cricky there on the 57 Mickey's factory team as a mechanic and head crew chief. It's just a matter of time he's going to be in that Hall of Fame.
We got that guy that ran the number 52 also here.
Yeah, and then not to mention the Bunky boys and Gabe Bunky.
Still
Corey Davidson made it in here a couple years ago.
some more sleds out on for rookie practice here. I'm surprised that the sleds are let out on the track at the same time. Usually they space them out here, but
Nice group out here.
they've put them out here. They're running pretty tight. On the double O, it just went through the corner, I believe. One of the young Fountain boys on there, either Gunnar or Bryce, on board. I believe the Allman brothers world-class racing machine just went by. Sawyer Allman, possibly the rider out there on that one. Coming down the front straightaway, you can see the machine's running pretty tight there. That second entry, I think that's Eric Simon, the Sioux Ontario rider on that FloRacing Racing 55. He's out on the track.
Looking good. Came up on the high side and made a pass there coming into turn 1. It's making.
Also out on that AP Motorsports number 51, Tony Gravadoni back out onto the course. There goes Sawyer Allman into the turn 1 area, as well as that second 55 entry out there. I'm guessing that's Brian Ball possibly on that one. Rookie practice underway here at the I-500 here. Overcast day here. Temperatures just about right for racing here, as we've got one round of qualifying in the books here. Zach DeWald, your fast qualifier on that Mickey's Factory Polaris, currently with that 39-second run there. Your fast qualifier so far after one round.
Yeah, talking about that 55 team, Ryan McKay, he was out at Eagle River and showed some really strength there in the early goings of the heats and qualifying and everything.
Yeah, McKay jumped on board with that DL Racing, one of those machines that they had, and boy, they ran. They put out an impressive show. Those guys out there with that Mickey's Factory Racing team.
Yeah, real strong effort by Ryan McKay out there on the DL sled.
Rookie practice currently out onto the race course here. Boy, we got quite a group of sleds. Looks to be about 8 or 9 sleds currently. Rookie's allowed to run in traffic here. There comes Simon down the long straightaway. He'll go under the bridge into turn 1. Looking good on that FloRacing number 55, Sioux Ontario, the hometown. Also out there, the number 17 R&S Racing entry, Kyle Grover, on board that one.
Boy, yeah, that Kyle Grover, he's been running the cross-country circuit there in the semi-pro division and showing some real strong runs there.
We have, I don't believe we've seen him up in Sault Ste. Marie, so these are probably his first laps around this 1 mile oval here up in the Sioux.
Yeah, I'm not positive on that. That very well could be, Spanky. I'm not positive.
I do not remember seeing that name at all, so.
I know he's buddies with Gunnar Arlo, though, so there's a chance he could have been out here beforehand a year ago or so.
Also out on that 24 entry, out on that, I believe that Novak Motorsports entry, Michael Kuzner for some laps here at the 500. You mentioned that your dad's advice when you went out there as a rookie was just to go easy, and what was his advice to you?
Yeah, the advice he gave me, and it was really good advice. He said, don't drive the sled any faster than you feel comfortable with. It might not be your issue of if you're not going fast enough. It might be the sled's just not set up quite right. So, and what that did for me, that gave me a calming attitude for when I went out on that sled. I didn't feel pressured to have to go there and try to put in some hot laps.
I think my mother gave me the same advice when I took the Buick out for the first time. Don't drive that Buick faster.
Well, there was probably some instances before you got into the Buick that made her a little nervous, Spanky. I have a feeling.
Rookie practice on the track here at the I-500. Real nice session out there as the sled's running in traffic. Now the rookie's allowed to. The visibility today, John, is appears to be very good. A lot of snow dust flying.
Yeah, looks really good. But I think to contribute that to the warmer temperatures up here, I think Matt Greer said it was right about 32 degrees Fahrenheit. One below Fahrenheit. Wow. So it dropped big time. So yeah, no kidding, Spanky, for -1 Fahrenheit. That's really good.
Overcast day here. We had a beautiful sunny day here yesterday for the vintage program, part of the program here. Wind out of the north here. The flag just slightly blowing here. Slight wind here down at the I-500. Rookie's allowed to stay out as many.
I'm going to confirm the temperature right now. It's 18 degrees above Fahrenheit.
Oh, well, that's probably pretty just right for snowmobile racing.
Being a Canadian, Spanky, you probably know how to convert that to Celsius.
I should.
I'm not even going to attempt it.
I think that was Aidan Leonard out there on the Team Torture, number 35. Just went down under the bridge into that turn 1 area.
Just need to comment again. I know we had that interview with the defending champions this morning, Spanky, and just an awesome deal, awesome experience for myself to be in an interview with you, Spanky, and just really appreciated it. And man, what a great team that Nelson Racing is, and just really nice guys.
Fantastic to talk with those guys as well back home. Maybe somebody listening back there, maybe Charlie Revering on board Flo here watching what's going on. Couldn't make it. He was part of the winning team last year with his brother back home there.
But want to comment too that it seems like every year up here, especially the last couple 3 years, the level of competition that this race brings is unbelievable. Just so many teams down on that pit road that we're looking at that could win this thing on Saturday.
I agree. You look down the list of the race teams here, and I'll tell you, it's tough to pick, and you know yourself, you got to have luck on your side. But I mean, a lot of hours spent preparing these machines, a lot of money spent preparing these machines here for the I-500, and
yeah, right on. And but boy, it's fun to see that level of competition. It really gives the fans out there on FloRacing a treat.
I think that was Colton Maxinen on that McCoy Racing Polaris at number 88. Just got a lesson on how sideways they'll go when you're on the brakes there. He had her pitched pretty good there sideways, getting her woed up there into that turn 1 area. Talk about the importance of the brakes here in this super fast 1 mile here in the Sioux. It's got to be super important to look after your brakes and have, obviously, the brakes got to be very important here. Tight corners and long straightaways.
Well, I know. Back when I was running, we never needed to change pads during the race. But I know a lot of teams now do change them, and talking to the winning team last year, they were steel on steel just
wow.
The last 40 laps. And yeah, you're right. It's very demanding on the brakes on this 1 mile paperclip.
Michael Kuzner just went through on that 24 Novak Racing Polaris out here in rookie practice here out on the track here at the I-500. Good look at that 51 sled as it comes down. The AP Motorsports entry, Tony Gravidoni on that one. Here comes Kuzner in that 24. Round 1 in the books and I-5 qualifying, and round 2 to go here later on today. So, boy, an interesting round of qualifying here in preparation to Saturday's big 57th running of the International I-500.
You know, I got to apologize. I left out one other form of racing, the big Iron Dog race. And we are gifted this year to have the last year's champion, Robbie Shackle.
Wow.
From Alaska. And they are on the O2 team of J Power Sports. Yeah,
we had an opportunity to have a quick chat with Bobby Meny and talked about a couple of these Iron Dog. Himself mentioned that he wanted to do the Iron Dog. He talked about racers switching different races.
Yep.
Bobby wanting to do that Iron Dog.
Yeah, so he signed up to run it this year too. So run the Sioux this week, and then I think it's maybe a couple 3 weeks they'll be running that Iron Dog.
Just for the people that maybe don't know what that Iron Dog is, what exactly does that involve? The big Iron Dog race.
Yeah, it's about a 2,400-mile race. You know, I'm not positive. I know they have layovers and checkpoints they got to go through, but man, 2,400 miles in about a six day span. So
a lot of teams will run 2 sleds as team sleds in that. Am I correct in saying that?
That is exactly right. You got to start with the 2 sleds, and then you have to cross the line with both of those sleds at the same time. So
now we continue on here. Rookie practice. A hand up on that number 88 machine. That rookie rider will take that one back. That's the McCoy Racing number 88 on board. Colton Laxinen. Another few minutes, I would guess, here, and checkered flag will come out, and this rookie practice session will be in the books here.
Real clean session for these rookies. That tells you that we got some real good rookies out here.
I'll tell you what, there's an impressive on that McKay Masiak Racing number 26, young Kill Masiak out there. I believe I don't know exactly what his age is. A real young rider and real promising rider out on that Arctic Cat. That's the former Cataract Collision Arctic Cat, purchased by that Masiak group.
19 years old, Cale Masiak.
19 years, we were told. I
was talking to his mom yesterday, and said that they had a nice 4th place finish there at the
sure did.
River Enduro, and so yeah. And they're calling Cale a rookie, but man, a lot of miles under his belt.
I have to apologize. Yesterday I stated that I thought Dwayne Bauer was the youngest rider here at the I-500 to win the I-500. Stan Shunk, back in 1975, I believe, with Buddy Weber was on board. He was 16 years old, I am told. And the rule changed the year after that you had to be 18. So he had to miss a year, and then he got to come back and drive a sled. So Stan Shunk was the youngest rider ever to race here at the I-500. Dwayne Bauer was the youngest rider ever to start an I-500 and win the I-500. Stan Shunk did win with Buddy Weber, but Bauer started and won. Gotcha. But that's 16 years of age was Stan Shunk. Stan's still in the area. So my apologies, I got that straight from Steve Roscoe. He straightened me out on that.
Nice.
Continue on, rookie practice out onto the track. On that double O, that's one of the 2 Fountain rookie riders that are listed here. Gunnar Fountain or Bryce Fountain. as well on the 16 machine currently out on the track. Trent Sorum out there for his rookie run. There goes, that looks like the 55. Sioux Ontario rider on that 55 just made his way down through the curves there. That's Eric Simon. Cloudy conditions here at the I-500, but visibility very good here today. One round of qualifying in the books here. There's a hand up on that 17 entry as they go by. That's Kyle Glover, I believe. We'll take that one, make that turn down the return road to pit road on that Arctic Cat. No Yamahas here, John. I haven't seen any Yamahas entered here this weekend. Boy, I'll tell you, we're looking at the stats. That was a dominant machine way back in the 70s. The Yamahas dominated this race, and eventually Polaris, kind of the dominant number. A lot of Polaris machines entered.
Yeah, we're talking about kind of an important anniversary this year. Stan Hayes, Doug Hayes, and Jerry Witt.
Wow.
50th anniversary of their win out here on the 1 mile oval.
Yeah, they won that on a Mercury, and
that's right.
I was here. Amazing that the Hayes boys.
I got the opportunity, Spanky, to race cross country against Stan Hayes. I never did race against Doug Hayes, but man, what just a first class family there, those two brothers.
Wow. Continue on here in rookie practice session out onto the race course.
Sadly, Stan passed away here a couple years ago.
Yeah.
But we're going to still honor him anyway to celebrate that 50th anniversary.
50th anniversary, yeah. Doug Hayes, a member of that Bunkie race team, I believe.
That's right. He'll be up here. He's probably down in the pits there right now. Very important part. We got to visit his shop here this past August. Me and Dave, the producer here. Doug invited us over to his shop and showed us how he made a lot of these aero package for the Polaris sleds.
Yeah, that's we see like you mentioned certain pieces that direct air onto the brakes, or that front nose cone, that like a dam, like an aerodynamic dam, that a lot of these machines, windshields, different stuff like that.
Just awesome how they've come up with those, and they've done testing on them, and they really do work. Especially on this 1 mile oval.
Boy, good looking young rider. Not sure which one of the two it is on that Team Arctic East. Austin Cody or Brock Young, one of the two really ran that sled down that straightaway into the turn one. One thing you will see that's mandatory at the I-500 this year, and just at night as it darkens, the helmet lights. The riders are all required to wear a light on the back of their helmet for visibility, as well as lights on the back of the sled, like LED lights that really light these sleds up, and the visibility much better.
Yes.
To see one of these sleds.
I know ISR mandated that this year, and I'm all for it. Just a real safe deal. We had a trail ride there on Sunday, Spanky, and 3 of the trail riders that I was out with had that same helmet light, and boy, you could see him in the snow dust. Last
night we seen one rider's machine go down, way down at the far end of that turn 4, and we're a half mile away, and you could clearly see that helmet light down there. Just a great thing, a great safety feature for these riders out here.
That is for sure.
Still out on the 17.
Kyle Grover.
Kyle Grover on that Arctic Cat. Here comes young Maciak on that 26 on that Arctic Cat. He's got the hand up. He'll make that turn down the return road.
Yeah, I see on that 26 sled, it also could be Matthew Hughes. So not sure if that was Cale or Matthew out there.
Rookie practice here on the I-500. We've had a real good session. As it winds down here, I would think very quickly here as we look head toward tonight's round number 2 of qualifying here at the I-500. Currently fast time, a 39-second run by Zach DeWald on that Mickey's Factory sled. Second was the other Mickey's Factory Racing sled, number 5 of James Hicks. And the other 39-second run, the number 29, the DL Racing of Joey Birch. So those three sleds down into that 39-second range here as we head for round number 2 later on this evening here at the I-500.
Just another incredible job of building this ice track, Spanky, by the crew. Billy Kreiderman at the volunteers get together there Sunday night. He alluded to the fact that they probably have more ice on it this year than they have in a long time.
Right. What happened was they got an early start. We had cold temperatures up here in the Sault Ste. Marie area, and a lot of snow, mind you. A lot of work went into snow removal. First of all, when you build a track like this, you got to pack it down and push the frost into the clay here, and then they start pouring the water. Well, they got a real nice start, and then we got 3 days of pouring rain up here, and they lost quite a bit of their track here. So the crew went back to work, hours and hours of time here building, pouring water down, and again, fantastic job. Had to move a lot of snow, and we commend everybody, all volunteers involved here in building this beautiful racetrack here, the I-500. It wouldn't happen without them, so they do a fantastic job every year.
So I got confirmation from Cale's mom that Cale will be running with Hayden Nitsky this year at the I-500.
Oh, wow.
So I'm not sure our paperwork, Matthew Hoos, not on that sled. So.
One sled out onto the track, and that Novak Motorsports number 24, Michael Kuzner. One of the Fountain Boys in the 00 under the bridge there. 2 rookies listed on that team. The 00 team out of the Sault Ste. Marie area. Dutour Village, the listing on Gunnar Fountain and Bryce Fountain. Dan Minta, the other rider on that Fountain Trucking and Excavating 2020 Polaris 600R. If you're just joining us here, I'm pleased to be joined by John Wick, 4-time champion, up here in the booth. As my name's Spanky Robinson, as we try to call a little action out here in the rookie practice session here at the I-500. John, you make that long trek from Minnesota every year up here to the Sioux, and what's it like to come up here? And I know you're such a popular champion up here in the Sioux. Obviously, a lot of friends. Talk a little bit about coming up to Sioux every year.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's probably of anywhere I go, it's probably the most welcoming place that I go to. So very, very, very heartwarming for me to come up here and man, I just love this place. I love the rich history here. And I love coming up and being able to do a little bit announcing with Spanky and Matt, and then the pit road reporting. It's just really a neat deal.
You know, it just goes to show you here. We just had a half an hour or so ago, we had the winners of the very first I-500, the Close boys, showed up here and brought us some of Mother's fudge, and I'll tell you what. The Crows have been into it here. It's not going to last long. It is the best in the world. Peanut butter fudge. The first winners of the I-500, Danny Plank, Leonard and Otis Close. Yes. Thank you so much, Mrs. Close. If you're anywhere around listening, boy, oh boy.
Yeah.
That is the best. Always nice to see those guys. They always got a smile on their faces. They won the very first I-500. Their machine, the Puffer, the number 13, sits down here in the tech center here as well. Year number 52, the 25th anniversary of the I-500. That number 52 that took home the checkered flag. You've donated that to the group here.
Yep.
Certainly nice to see those machines sitting here on the grounds.
Yeah, for sure. Just part of the history with those old boys out here and the stories that they've been able to tell us. I'm sure glad I've been around to hear those stories.
Just one machine out now on rookie practice session. It'll wind down quickly. There's the checkered flag right there. So I believe that rookie practice session will be complete as bringing it under the bridge and make that turn down their turn road in that Novak Motorsports. Polaris will be Michael Kuzner.
That's, yep, well,
and
thank you. Yep.
Well, Spanky, I may not be as good looking as John Wick III, nor do I have the accomplishments, but...
Yeah, he's pretty good looking. You know,
good looking for an older gentleman, you know?
I'll tell you what, I seen a picture of him and former race director Steve Brosco. And boy, oh boy, I don't know. I guess that must have been when you could be 16 and run back here, because they didn't. Either one of them didn't have any fuzz on their face or anything. And what a fantastic picture was that! What year was that you had won, John?
Yeah, that was actually the year after we won. So that was in '96. There,
1996.
94,
oh, 94.
94.
There we go.
So yeah, we were just bringing, and Matt, you'd like this, just bringing the sled through tech, and Steve Brosco was the tech.
Yeah, we'll get John back a microphone here real quick.
See if you got.
Yeah,
no. No, let's see. Which one is it? Let me see. Yeah, I'll grab it. I'll grab it. It's number 4. That's the wrong one. Yeah, let's grab that one. We have 6,000 mics up here, but we'll make it work. We promise. Check. 1, 2, check. Check. Here you go.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're bringing the sled through tech. Steve Brosco is the tech director there in that picture. And there sitting on the bench was James Kay, current board member. And, man, he had he was very instrumental in building that track this year. So I was able to make a couple copies of that picture up, and I gave one to Steve Brosco, and I got one ready to give to James Kay.
Check.
Well, very good. Very, very good.
Try that one, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, are we on now? Yeah.
Well, we'll get it figured out. It's one of the cordless mics we got. We are going to jump into a break here for just a little bit. It is 3:02 Eastern Time here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. Our next event on the agenda will be Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 Modifieds. Practice group qualifying. We're up to 11 entries for that, which is a significant increase from previous seasons. So those competitors are going to get about 30 minutes for practice and group qualifying to set up the 2 heat races for later tonight, as well as the feature. But in the meantime, for those tuning in on FloRacing, we're going to take a little bit of a breather, enjoy some lunch, and we'll come back in approximately 25 minutes for Kokosing Alberici Trailer 0600 Modifieds Shootout Practice Crew Qualifying. You're watching day 4 of the 2026 edition, the 57th running of the GFL Environmental International 500 Snowmobile Race Week. And ladies and gentlemen, wish you a pleasant good afternoon and welcome back to the Sioux I-500 Snowmobile Racetrack here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, in the midst of day number 4 of the 57th running of the International 500 Snowmobile Race. Big thank you to GFL Environmental for their title sponsorship throughout the course of the week. As our next item on the agenda will be Kokosing Alberici Trailer, Old 600 Modifieds. Getting ready to roll out next as soon as I find my notes.
Yep.
Actually, I swear to God, I'm missing my notes. I swear I am.
Jacob speaking.
So just about set to go here in just a little bit for practice group qualifying. They'll have 30 minutes to lay down the best possible lap they can to lock themselves in for today's Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 Modified Shootout 5, the 5th edition. The first 2 years, 2022 and 2023, Rodney Bell went to victory lane, picking up the first 2 victories in this event. The last 2 years have belonged to Andy Shoemaker, the 33-year-old rider from Pinconning, Michigan, as he has gone to victory lane in 2024. And then again, just a little over a year ago, he has entered in the field. But he's got some work to do this time around with the likes of Troy DeWall, Joey Birch, Billy Ski, Ryan McCaig, Ben Lungus, Austin Leak, Nathan Joseph, Ryan Dulski, Adam Wheeler, and Nick McKenzie, all trying to take that crown away from Andy Shoemaker. The track record for the Old 600 Modifieds for this event was set last year, January 29th of 2025. Rodney Bell going to 38.493. The first couple years of the Old 600 Modifieds, they were actually the fastest sleds on the property during race week. But that changed last year during I-500 pole qualifying and especially in Meyer Pro Shootout qualifying. I messed that up. That is, yes. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, John Wade just pointed out a different name for me. Brian Ball scheduled to go instead of Billy Ski. So it's just about set to go here for, it'll be practice group qualifying. These teams will be able to go out as much as they want to within the next 30 minutes to lay down the best lap possible. And we'll meet each and every one of them that come out. First rider on the racetrack. It is the 7-point sail Ski-Doo for Austin Leak Racing, 33-year-old rider from Osinecki, Michigan. It is Austin Leak. Austin Leak aboard the number 22 machine. Right behind him, the Hickory Dickory Docks Polaris for HD Racing, 30-year-old rider from nearby Brimley, Michigan. It's Ryan Dulski. Ryan Dulski aboard the number 15, and right behind him, the GR Engine and Machine Polaris for Nathan Joseph Racing. 40-year-old rider from across the bridge in Gooley River, Ontario, Canada. It's Nathan Joseph. Nathan Joseph in the 01 machine. Austin Leak, 38.714. 38.714. 3/10 off the track record. The very first lap turn today. Dulski goes a 41.682, 41.682. And Nathan Joseph a 41.753, 41.753. So Austin Leak right off the get-go, just under 3/10 of a second off the Old 600 Modifieds track record. 37.892. 37.892. That is a brand new track record in the Old 600 Modifieds, and he's getting awfully close to the all-time record. 41.210, second lap for Ryan Dulski. 41.210. The track record for the I-500 is a 37.847 set by Todd Crickey in 1998. The all-time track record set last year in the Meyer Pro Shootout, a 37.802 by Zach DeWall. Joseph won a 41.7692. Austin Leak a 37.540. 37.540. That is an all-time track record here at the International 500 Snowmobile Race. Holy cow. Dolsky a 41.643. 4 seconds off. My goodness. What a way to start everything. And Austin Leak slowed to a 38.001, 38.001. So again, the I-500 track record set back in January 29th, 1998, a 37.847. Zach DeWald with the all-time track record last year in the Meyer Pro Shootout qualifying on January 29th, 2025, a 37.802. Austin Leak just won a 37.540. Fastest lap ever turned in the 57-year history of the I-500. Wow. John Wick, jump up on here. Holy cow. There you go. Say hi.
Hello.
There you go. What did Austin Lee just do?
He made history, Matt, and we've got to watch that. It's really exciting, too, because I don't know if you've been following Austin on social media like a lot of people have. He's been struggling with that skidoo, and they finally come up with something.
You know, speaking of social media, Austin Leak Racing is probably one of the best in snowmobile racing to utilize social media. He right about a week before race week here, before coming up to Sault Ste. Marie, he sent over about 4 or 5 MP4 videos of just, he's got a GoPro on his windshield, he had a GoPro on his boot, he had a GoPro, I think, on his helmet. I mean, just all kinds of, hey, use these however you wish. I haven't had a chance to yet, but
awesome.
I need some new footage.
and then to back it up in real world here, you know,
no doubt.
on the track. So wow,
Austin
incredible.
Leak, an all-time track record of 37.540. Ryan Dolsky goes a 41.210. And Nathan Joseph a 41.753. And we still got some heavy hitters that have to come out. Troy DeWald, Andy Shoemaker, Joey Birch. I mean, oh my goodness.
Boy,
And speaking of the two-time defending race winner, the leaders RPM Polaris, their LMB Speed Shop, 33 years old from Pink County, Michigan. The 05, Andy Shoemaker. Andy Shoemaker in the 05. Right behind him, the R&R Farms Polaris for R&R Racing, 32-year-old rider from Bay City, Michigan, the 20 of Adam Wheeler. Adam Wheeler in the 20. And right behind him, the Anytime Towing Polaris for CNC Racing, 29-year-old rider from right here in Sault Ste. Marie. First ever appearance here at the I-500 racetrack for Nick McKenzie. Nick McKenzie aboard the 98 machine. Shoemaker a 38.971, 38.971. Good for a second quick. He's a little perturbed at losing the track at what Austin Leak just did. Adam Wheeler a 41.501, 41.501. First lap time. As Nick McKenzie from right here in Sault Ste. Marie making his first ever appearance here in the legendary 1 mile. And he goes a 44.120, 44.120. By the way, Austin Leak's average speed, 95.898 miles per hour. That is all in the mail. McKenzie's last lap, 44.120. Wheeler's last lap, 41.501. Shoemaker just went at 38.443. Wheeler's next lap a 41.410. For the time to beat, Austin Leak a 37.540. That is hauling the mail.
Austin Leak on that Formula 3 skidoo, 3-cylinder skidoo. Awesome.
McKenzie a 44.473, 44.473. Shoemaker crosses 38.047, 38.047. He is 4/10 under the old track record, but a half second behind the new track record.
Wow.
Just about perfect conditions here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan.
17 degrees Fahrenheit above.
Wheeler a 41.319, 41.319. That is good for fourth quick. just about perfect temperature. 17 degrees right now here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. Shoemaker coming up in the back bumper of Nick McKenzie, and he had to slow down. McKenzie a 44.307. Shoemaker a 40.685. As Shoemaker had to lower down just a little bit, he was catching up to Nick McKenzie in a hurry. Even Mickey Myers impressed by Austin Leake's track record.
I guess so. Give us a wave, Mickey.
Good to see you, Mickey.
Oh, that guy's always got a smile on his face, but I can see why when you're sitting with 2 sleds on the pole so far.
Adam Wheeler, 41.909, 41.909. So Andy Shoemaker's lap, a 38.047, good for second quick. While Adam Wheeler, fourth fast at a 41.319, and Nick McKenzie, his first ever appearance here at the I-500, a 44.120 as he comes down for his final for the next lap. 44.145, at least very consistent with McKenzie. And I know Spanky's asked you this several times. Your first laps here at the I-500 had to have been just an amazing experience.
Yeah, it's just a different track than anywhere else you go, and just the sight of it coming into that turn 1 and 2, it's a scary feeling. But I guess it didn't take Austin long to get acquainted with it real good and dial in a really fast lap. Wow.
And Austin Leake's going to be on that potent Cataract Collision Racing Ski-Doo. Got to get used to that.
That's right.
That team forever has been Arctic Cat. As McKenzie crosses a 44.481, his best lap a 44.120, 6 quick for that CNC Racing Polaris.
Yeah, after last year, I thought Cataract Collision Racing was going to be done, and they kind of called retirement and everything. And boy, I was sure happy to see they came back and got a team going again.
And that is a sneaky good team with Austin Leake, 2-time winner Wes Selby, and and cross-country specialist David Brown.
Yes,
that is a sneaky good team.
It's awesome.
Next group rolling out, we've had 6 sleds come out so far. 11 are officially entered. As the time to beat a 37.540. And Troy DeWald on the track now. The Woody's Racing Products Polaris for DeWald Racing, 56 years old from Augury, Michigan. 12-time I-500 pole award winner, 3-time I-500 race winner. Right behind him, it is the Woody's Racing Products Polaris for DL Racing, 34-year-old rider from Mount Pleasant, Michigan, the 29 of Joey Birch. Joey Birch in the 29.
Matt, how many pages of stats and records do you have on Troy DeWald?
He's a separate Excel file all his own.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
awesome.
No doubt.
He's so fun to watch out on this track, and at his age to be turning these laps, I'm impressed.
DeWald the third quick in his first lap, a 40.360, 40.360. There are 2 riders on the racetrack. The Rapid City Repair Polaris for Furky Racing, 29-year-old rider from across the bridge in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Canada, 54, Ryan McCaig. And behind McCaig, the FXR Racing Arctic Cat for Lungus Racing, 30-year-old rider from Thief River Falls, Minnesota, the 23 of Ben Lungus. Ben Lungus in the 23. Joey Birch the third, the 39, 273, 39.273. DeWald fifth at a 40.360. Ben Lungus on the track for the first time, a 43.632, 43.362. DeWald a little quicker, a 40.303, 40.303. How about Ryan McCaig up the fourth quick at a 39.644, 39.644. Joey Birch even quicker at a 38.912, 38.912.
Oh, that sled looks awfully familiar there that Joey Birch is on. I think that's Austin Leake's Polaris that he's running.
Could be the old one, yeah.
Yep.
Ryan McCaig up the fourth quick, even better at a 39.238, 39.238. These are, as we mentioned, in theory, the fastest sleds on the property. Lungus, a 43.508, 43.508. DeWald, a 40.273, 40.273. Birch to a 38.08, 808, 38.808.
Yeah, I can hear that sled, the Polaris of Austin Leaks that Joey Birch is on. There's no forgetting that sound.
No, not at all. As McCaig, a 39.566, slows down a little bit. 0.3 off his quick time. Once again, these teams have 30 minutes. Actually, we're down to 15 minutes already. We've been exciting stuff going on here. DeWald quicker at a 39.614, still fifth. 39.614. Birch slowed to a 39.159, 39.159. Looks like the 55 of Brian Ball, the only competitor not out, and there are no sleds lined up in the chute. McCaig at 39.699, 39.699, but Austin Leak. My goodness. And we just got the word Brian Ball is officially withdrawn.
Matt, I got a text from our good friend Chris Riley there, Super Sled Online. He said he's pretty sure DeWald is on the Sportsman 600 that he runs.
Was wondering that myself when he came out. And it's fast. He's third quick now, 38.759, 38.759. Third quick now.
You are 100% correct there, Chris Riley. Thank you. Yep. And yeah, looking fast on that.
Oh my. So Brian Ball has officially withdrawn, so we are at 10 sleds for the Kokosing Alberici trailer, old 600 modifieds. What is Kokosing Alberici trailer, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. They are the contractors building the third lock over here at the Sioux Locks. That project started 3 years ago. In 2020, or 4 years ago now, in 2022, that third lock scheduled for completion in the year 2030. So Alberici, Kokosing Alberici trailer, based out of Westerville, Ohio, a mile from my former residence.
So help me out, Matt. Is this first round of qualifying?
This is the only
mods,
round.
or is there only one round?
A 30-minute practice group qualifying session for the Kokosing Alberici trailer, old 600 modifieds.
All right, and then they'll go to heat races.
Yes.
Is that right? Yes.
Yep. They'll go to heat races, which will set the odd heat race will set the inside row. The even heat race will set the outside row for tonight's feature event.
Gotcha.
So the teams still have 13 minutes left.
Way different than the qualifying for the 500 on Saturday. On Saturday, the qualifying for the Saturday 500-mile race, they have 4 rounds of qualifying, which we run 2 today and 2 tomorrow. So the pole, Matt, will not be set until tomorrow late afternoon.
Yes, that is 100% correct.
Yes. So there's lots of opportunity to knock Zach DeWald off the heap. Yep.
Indeed, it will be. And looks like the plows are on the racetrack. So what that means is that we are done. If the plows are on the racetrack, no sleds out, we're done. Practice group qualifying is complete for the Kokosing Alberici trailer, old 600 modifieds, and a little history is made. The fastest lap ever recorded here at the legendary 1 mile ice oval. And it belongs to the Summit Point Sales Ski-Doo for Austin Leak Racing, the 33-year-old from Osinecki, Michigan, Austin Leak. The all-time track record at a 37.540. Awesome lap. Holy blank.
Another crazy part of Austin Leak coming out on this mile ice oval and putting down a lap like that. Austin's been running snowcross races in season here, and man, what a total difference from hopping off of a snowcross machine where they're doing major big bumps and then coming on to a 1 mile ice oval.
So here's how it's going to work with the 10 competitors that are here. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 will be the odd heat race. Your 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, and 10th qualifiers will make up the heat race, the even heat race. So your fast qualifier, your Kokosing Alberici trailer, old 600 modified fast qualifier award to Austin Leak, with an all-time track record here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, a 37.540. Second quick, your two-time and defending race winner, the 05 of Andy Shoemaker, a 38.047. Third quick to the 21 of Troy DeWall with a 38.759. Fourth quick to the 29 of Joey Birch with a 38.08. Fifth, rounding out the top five, Ryan McCaig, your fastest Canadian, at a 39.238. Sixth quick to the 15 of Ryan Dalsky with a 41.210. Seventh quick to the 20 of Adam Wheeler. He always does that. Adam Wheeler with a 41.319. Eighth quick to the 01 of Nathan Joseph, who finished third in this race last year, a 41.753. Ninth quick to the 23 of Ben Lungus with a 43.366. And rounding out the top 10, the number 98 of Nick McKenzie, his first ever appearance here at the I-500, the Sioux native going to 44.120. But it's Austin leaked the story of day 4. A brand new all-time track record here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, a 37.540. Coming up next, our next item on the agenda will be in about an hour and 10 minutes from now. It'll be round 1 of Meyer Pro Shootout qualifying. That is coming up next at 5 o'clock. Followed by round number 2 of Parker Ace Hardware, Sioux I-500 pole qualifying. It'll be at 6 p.m. And then we jump right into the racing action at 7:30 p.m. tonight. A couple of heat races for the Cozy Alberici Trailer Old 600 Modified Shootout, which will set the field for tonight's 15-lap main event.
Boy, people out there watching on FloRacing, don't leave the TV because there's going to be some exciting racing going on tonight.
Well, we suggest you've got an hour and 9 minutes. So we suggest now getting dinner prepared, get it started, whatever you're going to make, whether it's a pot roast or lasagna, wherever you're at, whatever you're doing, get your dinner made and be back and come back and see us about 5 o'clock today for round 1.
Comfortable spot and get that FloRacing up on the big screen, and man, look for some good racing.
Indeed. We'll be back at 5 o'clock here today with Meyer Pro Shootout Qualify. We'll step aside until then, get us some food in us as well, and have a debrief or whatever it is that you do for the next hour. Take a nap, which I'm sure what Spanky's doing right now. And we'll see you back here in about an hour and 8 minutes for round 1 of Meyer Pro Shootout Qualifying. You're watching day 4 of the 57th running of the GFL Environmental International 500 Snowmobile Race Week from the I-500 racetrack in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, live on FloRacing. And we welcome you back to day number 4 of the 57th running of the GFL Environmental International 500 Snowmobile Race Week from the CUI 500 racetrack in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. Day number 4 in progress. Coming up next will be Meyer Pro Shootout qualifying. My name is Matt Preer, the voice of the I-500 out of New Haven, Michigan. From the Performance Racing Network, standing alongside 4-time winner of the I-500, John Wick III. What's the hometown now? Is it still Anaka?
Rogers, Minnesota.
Rogers, Minnesota. Spanky Robinson in the midst of a break. He's going to be bringing you round 2 of Parker Race Hardware. CUI 500 pole qualifying.
Downtown Deborah, Ontario.
From the pride of downtown Deborah, Ontario, Canada. There's a sign in Deborah, Ontario that says the home of Lauren Spanky Robinson.
Boy.
And John, I gotta do a retraction here.
Yes.
Even we all make mistakes, right?
Yep.
So to go back a little bit, Austin League's track record in the old Kokosing Alberici trailer, old 600 modified to 37.540. That is the track record for the old 600 modifieds. The all-time track record. Originally, it was a 37.847, but that's based off a 2-lap average. It's how they used to go for qualifying back in the day. That was changed what year, Mr. Bosco? The all-time record, single lap record, is a 37.530, set by Todd Crickey, who set that 2-lap average the same day on January 29th of 1998. But nevertheless, League's record is only 1/100th of a second off of the all-time record. So while League does have a track record, that is for sure, it is not the all-time record yet. We got a feeling it could be set soon, though.
Thanks for clearing that up, Matt, and still an awesome lap by Austin Leak.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. We're in the Meyer Pro Shootout qualifying. First runner on the racetrack. It is the Butler Excavating Ski-Doo for Town Brothers Racing, 29 years old in Traverse City, Michigan. The number 2 of Tyler Town. Alongside him, it is the Climb Snowmobile Gear Ski-Doo for Cataract Collision Racing, 40 years old from Grand Lake, Colorado. The 21 of Wes Selby. And behind him, the Albert Heating and Cooling. Polaris for Pichet Racing, 26 years old, right here at Sault Ste. Marie, 31, Drake McColo. That is your first 3 qualifiers. And the first laps for all 3. The 2 at Tyler Town, 39.699, 39.699 for your defending race winner. Drake McColo's first lap of 42.014, 42.014. And for Wes Selby, 43.487, 43.487. Top 16 sleds are locked into the Meyer Pro Shootout tomorrow. There'll be 2 rounds of qualifying. As Town goes a 39.699, 39.699. McColo 41.772. Keeps doing that to me. And Wes Selby a 43.487. That is your first 3. Top 16 will be locked in. Today is round 1, tomorrow's round 2. And the Meyer Pro Shootout, John Wick, is so important because it is the only opportunity for these riders to get track time under race conditions on the legendary 1 Mile Oval before Saturday.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to really get it up against all the other competition and see what you got. And wow, Matt, what a race last year in the final, that Meyer Pro Shootout
Tyler Town,
Tyler Towns and James Hicks. And Tyler Town came out on top on it, but what a race he treated us there last year.
Tyler Town dumps it down to a 39.482, 39.482. McColo's best lap still a 41.772, while the Wes Selby a 43.042 to this point as the white flag comes out for these competitors. 43.365 the next lap for Selby. A 42.474 the next lap for McColo. And here comes Selby for his next, Town for his next lap of 40.246. The track record for the Meyer Pro Shootout was set back on January 29th of 2025. Zach DeWald going to 37.802, which was the original subject of the track record controversy from a year ago.
We're getting her dialed in.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I'm from car racing, and some people go, but nevertheless, I'm from car racing. One lap is your qualifying lap, not the average speed stuff. And I know the Indy 500 does the 4-lap average speed. I get that. I understand it. It's Indy 500. It's tradition. I understand it.
Yep.
End of story.
But
qualifying in car racing is one lap, not an average speed. Except, again, for the Indy 500. And I'll leave it alone from there.
Yeah.
I will drop it now. Tyler Town, best lap at 39.482 for that Town Brothers Racing Ski-Doo. Drake McCullough, number 31 PCA Racing Polaris, a 41.772. And Wes Selby, the number 21 Cataract Collision Racing Ski-Doo, got to get used to saying that, a 42.975. So for all those tuning in on FloRacing, with regards to the track record stuff, we have put a period on it. Now, I will say this. If anyone goes faster than 37.530 the rest of this week,
we're on it.
Dude, we're all over it like butter on a roll. We're all over it like ketchup on a hot dog.
Like butter on Spanky's glasses.
Yes, like butter on Spanky's glasses. We're all over it like Canadian bacon. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So we continue on. Next up on the racetrack, the next trio as the green flag comes out. First one up, it is the East Edge Graphics Polaris for Shoemaker Racing, 33 years old from Conning, Michigan, the 22 of Andy Shoemaker. Andy Shoemaker in the 22. Then you've got the Albert Heating and Cooling Polaris for PCA Racing, 32 years old in Traverse City, Michigan, a 13 of Kyle Richter. Kyle Richter aboard the number 13, who's filling in admirably for Colin Henderson this weekend. We're still thinking about you, Colin. We know you wish you could be here, but as we mentioned in the morning grid walk, the fourth rider listed for PCA Racing number 13 for the entire week will be listed as Colin Henderson.
Our heart goes out to you, buddy. Yep.
No doubt about it.
Praying for speedy recovery.
So Kyle Richter goes a 42.875, 42.875. Make it a 42.531, 42.531. Also on the racetrack, the Climb Snowmobile Gear Ski-Doo for Cataract Collision Racing, 24 years old. From Hanover, Minnesota, the number 1 of David Brown. David Brown in the number 1, a 44.030, 44.030 is the first lap. Shoemaker's first lap, 43.786, 43.786 is the first lap for Shoemaker. Well, then goes a 43. That keeps going all over the place. Our scoring monitor goes all over the place. 43.843 is the next lap. Good lap there for Brown. A 43.850, 43.850. As he's fifth. The 13 of Kyle Richter is third at a 42.463. Shoemaker's best lap, a 43.843, which is good for fifth at the moment. I know it's kind of all over the place. We'll get it figured out.
Yep.
Bolton All's hard at work down there in the timing and scoring monitor.
Looking forward to seeing Andy Shoemaker, see if he can defend his title of the last 2 years in that old Mod 600.
His last lap, a 44.553, 44.5453, excuse me. 44.094, the latest lap for David Brown in the number 1, the second Cataract Collision Racing Ski-Doo here in this Meyer Pro Shootout. Time to beat a 39.482 by the number 2 of Tyler Town. Unofficially 33 entries. We're going to take the top 16 and lock them into tomorrow's Meyer Pro Shootout. Today's round 1 of qualifying, tomorrow's round 2. And the checkered flag waves. So the best lap for, it keeps jumping all over for us here. The 13 of Kyle Richter, a 42.463. Third quick for the 13 Piche Racing Polaris. For David Brown, a 43.696. Good for fifth for the number 1 Cataract Collision Racing Ski-Doo. And for Andy Shoemaker, a 44.300. For the Shoemaker Racing Polaris. So the next trio going to make their way out. Meyer Pro Shootout qualifying. First round today, second round tomorrow. Next rider's on the racetrack. In the number 12, it is Cam Vermash. Vermash, the Countryside Motorsports entry. Vermash on the racetrack, as well as the Advanced Insulation Systems Polaris and Novak Motorsports, 30 years old from Brimley, Michigan, Ryan Dulski. Ryan Dulski in the number 24 machine. And the Woody's Racing Products Polaris for Tommy Bauer Racing, 32 years old from Farwell, Michigan, the 19 of Cody Bauer. First lap for Vermash, a 43.413, 43.413 first lap. First lap for Dulski, a 42.675, 42.675. Dulski running just about everything this weekend here at the 57th running of the GFL Environmental International Fire and Snowmobile Race Week. Cody Bauer, 43.696, 43.696, identical lap to David Brown, that number 1 Cataract Collision Racing Ski-Doo. You know, it's $1 fine every time we don't say Ski-Doo on that Cataract Collision Racing machine. Just so you know. It's been every year I've been here, it's been
Artie Cat for a long time.
Yes, indeed.
Yep.
43.009, 43.009. The best lap for Cam Vermash so far, good for 6th. As the 24 of Dulski, a 42.005, 42.005. Puts him to 3rd quick for Ryan Dulski. Cody Bauer to 5th at a 42.545, 42.545. So the extra laps applying as well to the Meyer Pro Shootout competitors. A 44.011, 44.011, and Vermash has had enough. He slows. Dulski's second lap, next lap, a 42.337. So Vermash is done with his first round. So his best lap is a 43.009. 12th quick for the number, or 7th quick for the number 12 Countryside Motorsports machine. Bauer, a 42.361, 42.361. Now to 4th quick.
No.
For that Tommy Bauer Racing Polaris. So does Dulski and Bauer remain on the racetrack. Once again, Cam Vermash decided he's had enough at a 43.009, good for 7th quick. Dulski's next lap, 42.171, 42.171, a little off his best lap of the day. As Cody Bauer makes his way down the front stretch. Bauer's next lap, he's gotten quicker every lap except for that one, a 42.669, 42.669. 4th quick so far with his 42.361 lap. Once again, keep in mind, top 16 locked in to tomorrow's Meyer Pro Shootout. Round 1 is today, round 2 tomorrow. Dulski's final lap, best one of the day for him, a 41.806, 41.806. 3rd quick for the number 24, Novak Motorsports Polaris. And here comes Cody Bauer for his final lap of round 1 of Meyer Pro Shootout qualifying. Bauer's last lap, 42.590, 42.590. Will keep his best lap, 42.361. 4th quick for the number 19, Tommy Bauer Racing Polaris. Polaris.
Well, the times seem to be pretty similar to that first round of the I-500 pole qualifying.
So here's where our issue was. He was listed as 28. We have Ramash listed at number 28 for this event. He came out in the number 12 sled. Next couple out. First up, the XLT Engineering Polaris for Stevenson Racing, 25 years old from Birch Run, Michigan, the number 6 at Trent Serum. Trent Serum in the number 6, right behind him his teammate. The XLT Engineering Polaris for Stevenson Racing, 24 years old from Auburn, Michigan. The 16 of Preston Deshano. Preston Deshano in the 16, and right behind him, the Fox Motorsports Arctic Cat for RNS Racing, 27 years old from Bemidji, Minnesota. The 17 of Matt Field. So the 6 of Trent Serum, 16 of Preston Deshano, 17 of Matt Field, your next three qualifiers. Trent Serum, first lap time, 41.722. Second quick for the rookie, Trent Serum. The 25-year-old from Birch Run, Michigan. And how about Preston Deshano going to second quick at a 41.643?
Awesome lap.
41.643 for Deshano. First lap for Field, a 43.718. 43.714. Good for 11th quick. But how about those two Stevenson Racing entries?
And I'll tell you, I got to say that Preston Deshano has really improved here in the last year or two. Just
he
really
sure
come
has.
along. Yes.
How about the rookie Trent Serum? Even better, 41.669, 41.669. Third quick on the number 6 Stevenson Racing entry. And Deshano goes quicker, a 41.448, 41.448. Still second quick, but he's about 2 seconds behind Tyler Town, who has quick time so far. Field goes a 43.624, 43.624. The 27-year-old from Bemidji, Minnesota. See, I said that right, didn't I?
Oh, yes. Bemidji, you got her, man.
Serum comes across. He goes to second quick, a 40.947, 40.947. Second quick for Serum. How long does it last? It's still there. Best lap of the day for Deshano, but now third quick at a 41.402, 41.402. Here comes Matt Field. Down the front stretch he comes for his latest lap. Slower that time, a 43.750, 43.750. A little bit off of his best lap of a 43.624. We'll see if Serum can get quicker. And he does, a 40.912. 40.912. You always want to get a little quicker.
Nice.
Preston Deshano comes across. 41.240, 41.240. That's his best lap. That's the biggest thing with both Stevenson Racing entries. They're both getting quicker with each lap on board of both of their Polari.
Yeah, very nice.
The plural form of Polaris.
Yeah, that's right.
We established that a couple years ago, didn't we?
Yeah.
That field, 43.471, jumps into the top 10, 43.471. Serum's final lap. Even quicker, a 40.791, 40.791. Second quick for number 6, Stevenson Racing Polaris. Preston Deshano's last lap, a 41.294, 41.294 will keep his best lap. 41.240, third quick for the number 16, Stevenson Racing Polaris. And here comes Matt Field. Field down the front stretch for his final lap, and it'll be a 43.529, 43.529 will keep the best lap, 43.471, 10th quick. The number 17, RNS Racing Arctic Cat. Could we instead of Arctic Cat, could we say cold feline?
We better
Even Matt shook his head on that one.
better stick with Arctic Cat.
All right.
Speaking of Arctic Cat, man, what a great comeback that they're still in the business of
Oh,
making
no doubt, no
snowmobiles.
doubt.
Yep.
There was we'll dive into that more this
Yes.
week, but man, that was
Yep.
it's a good story for sure.
Just a happy day for everybody involved with snowmobiling.
Next up, it is. There's going to be two 67s. This is the first one, the Detroit Quality Savvy Polaris for Hoos Racing. 35 years old from Alpena, Michigan. A 67 is LJ Quick. LJ Quick in the 67, right behind him. It is the Arctic Cat Racing, Arctic Cat for Lungus Racing. 37 years old from Fox Lake, Wisconsin. The 23, Dustin Schwant. Dustin Schwant in the 23, and last but certainly not least, the Mickey Sleds and More Polaris or Mickey's Factory Racing, 24 years old from Twining, Michigan. The 57 of Zach DeWald. Zach DeWald in the 57 machine. First lap for the 67 of of LJ Quick.
Good. Yeah.
A 41.320, 41.320. That's good for fourth Quick. And Quick time, my goodness. Well, first up, we got to get the first one out. Longest one, a 43.404. That's 12th Quick. Zach DeWald just won a 38.193. 38.193. And no, that is not a track record. Quick, LJ Quick, second lap. 41.058, 41.058. Good for fourth Quick.
Be anxious to see what Zach DeWald does on this lap, though. He had to make a way outside pass.
37.925, 37.925.
Oh, yeah.
Lungus goes a 43.264, 43.264. DeWald's Meyer Pro shootout track record is a 37.802. He just won a 37.925. I really hope he goes a 37.529 to end all this blank. 41.314, 41.314 the last lap for Carlson. 38.146, 38.146 for DeWald. Lungus crosses. A little better into the top 10 now. A 42.891, 42.891. Also keep in mind there are 3 Mickey's Factory Racing entries in the Meyer Pro Shootout. The 57, the 51, and the 5. Here comes the Hoos number 67, 41.127, 41.127, DeWald. Crosses at a 38.312, 38.312. His best lap, the 37.925. Here comes Lungus, 43.411, 43.411 is the latest lap. Oh, excuse me, yeah, Dustin Schwant in the Lungus Racing machine. That was a late switch. Final laps. 41.058, 41.058 is the official lap for the Hoos Racing machine, and that just dropped again. Zach DeWald, a 38.180, will keep his best lap, 37.925. Quick time for the 57 Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris. 41.385, the best lap for the Hoos Racing entry. That is good for 5th. And Dustin Schwant just won a 43.858. His best lap, a 42.891, good for 10th. And that Lungus Racing Arctic Cat. Once again, unofficially 33 entries for the Meyer Pro Shootout. Only taking the top 16 after tomorrow's final round qualifying. So continue on. Next up, it is the number 5.
Number 5,
Mickey's
Troy
Factory
DeWalt.
Racing. No, actually, they had one of the late switches on
Okay,
there.
all right.
It's one of the late switches. It is the Mickey's Sleds and More. Polaris for Mickey's Factory Racing, 41 years old from Cedarville, Michigan. The number 5 is James Hicks. James Hicks in the 5. Yeah, it was one of the late switches. Also out on the racetrack, well, let's get Hicks first. 39.902, 39.902, good for third quick time. So 39.902 is that first lap for the number 5 of James Hicks. And then the 107, the Lakes Area Power Sports Polaris, the Lakes Area Power Sports Racing, 26-year-old from Walker, Minnesota. It is the 107 of Brandon Walter. Brandon Walter in the 107, a 43.921, 43.921 is the first lap. Hicks goes a 40.037, 40.037 is the next lap for Hicks in the 5. Here comes Brandon Walter. .553, 43.553 is Andy Shoemaker back on the racetrack as well. This transponder was not working properly, so he comes back out. And maybe he still ain't working properly. Hicks, 48.135, 40.135. Shoemaker listed at a 40.957, 40.957 for Shoemaker. Here comes James Hicks one more time. Let's go with Walter first. Shoemaker goes a 40.957, 40.957. Hicks a 40.135, 40.135. While Brandon Walter, his best lap of the day, 43.475, 43.475. His best lap of the day. Andy Shoemaker is currently 5th at a 41.128. Couple sleds side by side. They make their way down the front stretch, taking the white flag. Shoemaker a 40.957, 40.957 was the next lap for him. While Walter goes a 43.200, 43.200. Hicks goes a 40.336, 40.336. So checkered flag lap coming out for this latest trio. And here they come down the front stretch. Shoemaker up first. He'll go at 41.178, so his best lap of 40.957, 5th quick. For the number 22, Shoemaker Racing Polaris. Brandon Walter's best lap of 42.866, 42.866, 12th quick. For the number 107, Lake Area Power Sports Racing Polaris. And James Hicks has already pulled in. He's called it a day. So his best lap of 39.902, 39.902, 5th quick, 3rd quick. For number 5, Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris. So the changes that were made, so we get a lot of changes that come up from downstairs to upstairs. Unfortunately, we're only within just a few minutes of us going live on the broadcast, something we definitely got to work on.
Gotcha.
Yep. Well, I've mentioned that more than once, but I digress. Yep. Anyways, Troy DeWalt is now in the number 7 machine, by the way. All that to say that. Out there now, the 131 Racing Polaris, the 131 Racing, 34 years old from Monaca, Minnesota. The 131, Bobby Menny. Bobby Menny in the 131. Then you've got the Polaris Racing Polaris for People Racing. Pebble Racing, excuse me. 22 years old from Roseville, Minnesota, the 188 of Evan Pepple. Evan Pepple in the 188. And that's the number 22 for Bulldog Racing by Diamond Motorsports. Ryan Spencer out of Flushing, Michigan, the 50-year-old. The boost, the last to know. Bobby Menny's first lap, 45.829, 45.829, first lap time for Menny. Looking for a time of Evan Pepple, goes a 42.673, 42.673 for Pepple. Here's Spencer. 42.736, 42.736 was the latest lap for the 22 of Ryan Spencer. Bobby Menny, a 45.548, 45.548. Evan Pepple in the top 10, a 42.004, 42.004. So qualifying continues. Ryan Spencer crosses again. 42.472, 42.472 for Spencer, who unofficially is 13th quick. Here comes Bobby Menny and Evan Pepple. A couple Minnesotians. Is that how you say that? Minnesotans. So 41.810, 41.810 for Pepple. In the 188, while Bobby Menny goes a 45.743, 45.743. The 21 of Wes Selby unofficially on the bubble at 16th quick. 42.464, 42.464 for Ryan Spencer in the 22 machine. And Pepple up to 8th quick at a 41.744, 41.744. Bobby Menny a 45.342, 45.342. For Menny in the 131, bringing his own sled out for the Meyer Pro Shootout, getting that valuable track time.
Yeah, struggling to find some speed on that 131.
Ryan Spencer comes down for his final lap. Where'd he go? It was there, then it went away. 42.267, 42.267. Unofficially, 11th quick. Pebble's final lap of 42.016. So he'll keep his best lap of 41.744. Unofficially 8th for the number 188 Pebble Racing Polaris. Bobby Menny at 45.593. Will keep his best lap 45.342. Outside the top 16 for Bobby Menny. So he's got work to do for round number 2 tomorrow. So we will continue on. 21 sleds have been listed as qualified so far. 22 actually. And we continue on with qualifying. Next up, it is the GR Engine and Machine Polaris and Nathan Joseph Racing, the 40-year-old from Goulet River, Ontario, Canada, the 01, Nathan Joseph. Nathan Joseph in the 01, riding next, the Weiss Equipment Polaris for R&R Racing, 35 years old from Midland, Michigan. The number 20 of Andrew Terrell, and right behind him, it is The Polaris Racing Polaris for Nelson Racing, 41 years old from Dilworth, Minnesota. Welcome back, Rewadena, the number 28 machine. Rewadena up next in the 28. Andrew Terrell in the 20. Nathan Joseph in the 01. And Joseph of 42.493, 42.493 first lap time. Terrell goes to 42.537, 42.537. Next lap, that was the first lap for Terrell. While 42.640, 42.640 for Rewadena. Puts him on the bubble at 16th quick unofficially. Next lap for Joseph. He bumps up to 11th quick, 41.885, 41.885 for Nathan Joseph. Here comes Andrew Terrell. Next lap, a 42.617, 42.617, 8/100ths off his best lap, which was his first. Rewadena crosses at a 42.422, 42.422, 14th quick for that Nelson Racing Polaris. Nathan Joseph, a 42.321, 42.321. While Andrew Terrell, a 42.604. And Rewadena, 42.786, 42.786. Nathan Joseph trying to get to that top 10. He's 11th at a 42.323, 42.323. Rewadena back out there with a 42.834, 42.834. His best lap of 42.422, which is good for 14th quick. Joseph not able to get into the top 10, a 42.087, 42.087. His best lap of 41.885, 11th quick.
Not bad lap.
Not bad at all for the Nathan Joseph and that Nathan Joseph Racing Polaris. Andrew Terrell's last lap of 42.784. Will keep his best lap of 42.537 unofficially on the bubble at 16th. And number 20, R&R Racing Polaris. Final lap for Rewadena of 42.362, 42.362. Unofficially 14th. And at number 28, Nelson Racing Polaris. We've been having cough button issues this week, and of course I forget to utilize said cough button.
First time caller, long time.
Yeah, long time listener, first time caller, all that. Yeah. Next trio on the track. Aboard the Polaris Racing Polaris for Nelson Racing, 34 years old from Fergus Falls, Minnesota. It is Dan Revering. Dan Revering in the 18, right behind him. The Polaris Racing Polaris, also for Nelson Racing. 22 years old from Green Bay, Wisconsin. The 25 of Marshall Bussey. Now there's 4 sleds on the racetrack. Also on the racetrack, the Cedar Tavern and Grill Polaris at WV Performance Racing. 44 years old from Akron, Michigan. The 44, Kevin Vermash. Kevin Vermash in a 44. And the Chase Power Center Polaris for Chase Power Center Racing. 39 years old from Reedsburg, Wisconsin. The 97 of Jay Middlestadt. Jay Middlestat in the 97. And Marshall Bussey just went to fourth quick at a 40.744. 40.744. Fourth quick for Bussey. For Mash goes a 42.876. 42.876 outside the top 10.
Very nice lap for Marshall Bussey there. I think the track is there. It's hard to get speed out of it right now. Getting to be a lot of snow built up here in turns 1 and 2.
Dan Revering a 43.405, 43.405 first lap time. Well, Jay Middlestat won a 43.296, 43.296. Revering a 43.331 his second lap, 43.331. Bussey even quicker at a 40.408, 40.408. Is Vermash a 42.674, 42.674. Middlestat's latest lap, a 43.067, 43.067. Latest laps, Revering, or excuse me, Bussey. Oh, it was Bussey. 40.518, 40.518. There is Revering at a 44.091, 44.091. Middlestat's latest lap of 43.200, 43.21200. Vermash won a 42.588, getting closer to the top 16. '16th unofficially belongs to the 13 of Kyle Richter at a 42.463. As Revering goes a 43.473, the time to beat is a 42.463. 42.795. The time to beat remains a 37.925 with a 57 of Zach DeWald. And Bussey just went a 40.219, 40.219. Still fourth quick. Revering a 43.809, so we'll keep his best lap of 43.331, 24th quick. For your defending I-500 race winners and Nelson Racing Polaris.
Struggling on this run to find speed on that. The 18 sled also.
Vermash won a 42.990, his best lap of 42.588, 18th quick. And Jay Middlestat to the bubble at 16th quick at a 42.405. So Middlestat knocking Kyle Richter out of the top 16. Middlestat putting himself in the bubble at a 42.405. A few more sleds yet to qualify. Unofficially 6 more, it looks like, yet to qualify. So we continue on. Next trio. First up, the second Hoos Racing entry, the Detroit Quality Savvy Polaris for Hoos Racing. 29 years old from Manistee, Michigan, the 67 of Jordan Carlson. Jordan Carlson, the 67, right behind him. The TMS Truck Center Polaris. For Furkey Racing, 29 years old from Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Canada. It is Ryan McCaig. Ryan McCaig in the 55. Right behind him, also the TMS Truck Center Polaris for Furkey Racing, 30 years old from Sudbury, Ontario, Canada, the 55X of Eric Simon. Eric Simon in the 55X. First lap for Carlson, a 43.102, 43.102. First lap for McCaig, a 41.823, 41.823 to 12th quick. Simon goes to 13th at a 41.844. 41.844. Also, Ken Schwartz is on the racetrack as well, number 75. The KS and Company Exteriors Polaris for Team Schwartz Racing, 42 years old, from across the bridge in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Canada. And Carlson up to a 42.584, 42.584. 41.424 to second lap. For the 55, Furky Racing entry up to 9th quick.
Nice
Simon,
lap.
yeah, Simon goes to 42.626, 42.626. Schwartz first lap of 43.620, 43.620.
We'll see what Ryan McKay can do on this next lap here. Been steadily getting faster.
So now, our scoreboard keeps doing that. There we go. Ryan McKay up the 9th quick at a 41.424, 41.424. Eric Simon still 13th. His best lap of 41.844. 42.827, then the latest lap for Jordan Carlson in the second Who's Racing entry. As both Furky Racing entries running together somewhat. One is 9th, one is 13th. Cody Bauer, the number 19 Tommy Bauer Racing Polaris, now sitting in the bubble at 16th. So the time to beat a 37.925, a second and a half quicker by Zach DeWalt over Tyler Town. As a 67 Who's Racing entry, a 42.936, 42.936. Eric Simon, a 41.902. His best lap, a 41.844, 13th quick for the 55X Furky Racing Polaris. Yeah, I know it says 54X. Yep. And Ken Schwartz goes to 44.045, 44.045. He's got some work to do to get into the top 16. If our math is correct, we should have 2 more sleds.
Troy DeWald and Taylor Bunky.
Yes, indeed.
Yep.
Troy DeWald and Taylor Bunky should be your last 2 sleds in Meyer Pro Shootout qualifying. Coming up, it's approximately 6 o'clock. It'll be round 2 of Parker Ace Hardware CUI 500 pole qualifying. And that would be Taylor Bunky. The Polaris Racing Polaris for Bunky Racing, 30 years old from Kindred, North Dakota. And the 22 back out once again. Along with the 7 of Troy DeWall. The Mickey Sleds and More Polaris for Mickey's Factory Racing, 56 years old from Augury, Michigan. The second 2, the 22, should be the Ski-Doo Racing Ski-Doo for Tom Brothers Racing, the 32 for Traverse City, Michigan, Steventown. Taylor Bunky, 40.973, 40.973, unofficially 6th. A 42.964, 42.964 for Troy DeWald, the 7. No transponder on the Steventown, number 22. Here comes Taylor Bunky. A 41, 369, 41.369 for Bunky with his latest lap. 42.043, 42.043. That is for Steventown. He's in the 16th. Troy DeWall, a 42.649, 42.649. That should be the 22 of Steventown. Bunky's latest lap, 40.623, 40.623, which unofficially puts him 5th.
Very nice lap, Taylor.
42.102, 42.102 for Steventown in the 2X machine. Troy DeWall at a 42.630, 42.630. Not used to seeing him in the middle of the pack when it comes to qualifying. Bunky coming down. We'll see the white flag this time. A 40.987, 40.987. His 40.623 is his best lap so far. .147, the latest lap for Town. And DeWall to 43.679, 43.679 his latest lap. I used to seeing him having to get quicker to transfer.
Yeah, no kidding.
Usually it's a given for the most part.
It looks like he's struggling a little bit in turns 1 and 2 here. It's rolling up on him a little bit more than what I would expect.
A 40.623, good for unofficially 5th quick for the number 14 Bunky Racing Polaris. Town of 42.497, his best lap of 42.043, 16th quick for the number 22 Town Brothers Racing Ski-Doo. And Troy DeWall. 43.485, 43.485. Look at the best lap, 42.630. 25th quick for Troy DeWall, and that should do it for Meyer Pro Shootout qualifying. Quick time after round 1 of 2. He did it earlier today in round 1 of Parker Ace Hardware CUI 500 pole qualifying. Why not once again in Meyer Pro Shootout qualifying? Zach DeWall, quick time. After round 1, the 24-year-old from Twining, Michigan goes a 37.925 or the number 57, Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris. Tyler Town, second quick at a 39.482, the number 2 Town Brothers Racing Ski-Doo. Third quick at 39.902 for the number 5 Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris, ridden by James Hicks. Marshall Bussey, fourth quick at a 40.219, the number 25 Nelson Racing Polaris. And unofficially rounding out the top 5, the number 14 of Taylor Bunky with a 40.629. Coming up in about 10 minutes, well, less than 10 minutes, it'll be round 2, Parker Ace Hardware, CUI 500 pole qualifying. I do believe we'll take a short pause in the action and come right back at approximately 6 p.m., maybe a little bit later.
Short plow break. Yep.
Short, yeah, so it's going to be more than 7 minutes. So we're probably going to push that back to about 6:15 for round number 2, Parker Ace Hardware, CUI 500 pole qualifying. You're watching day 4, the 2026 I-500, the 57th running, the GFL Environmental International 500 Snowmobile Race Week from the CUI 500 racetrack in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, live on FloRacing. We'll be right back at approximately 6:15 p.m. Jumping back in to second round qualifying for the Parker Race Hardware CY 500. Coming up next, we'll turn it over to Spanky Robinson as well as John Wick III. Going to bring you second round of Parker Race Hardware CY 500 pole qualifying live on FloRacing.
Well, thanks, Matt. We are underway here on the second round here of qualifying for Saturday's big I-500 race here. Well, we're having some issues here with the race monitor and whatnot. We'll do our best to get the riders that are out onto the track and the times here for you. That's the Town Brothers number 2. That's going to under the bridge on the track on their qualifying run. Sleds out on the track at number 29, the DL Racing Polaris. Currently on the board in second spot with a 39.932, the best run so far. The Town Brothers machine crosses over under last lap. 41.463 the last lap for the Town Brothers Skidoo out on the race course. And this third one will get a number as they pass through here. That was the 41 machine out onto the track. The WC Racing entry currently 9th on the board with a 49.96. Round 2 qualifying underway here at the I-500. Out on the track, the number 13, that Piche Racing machine in 10th on the board. Last lap, a 41.611 does not improve. 41.009, the best time for that Piche Racing machine. Drake McColo, the rider out of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, on board that one, the 26-year-old rider. So that group will get the next group in order here. Race monitor back up and working here. We'll get the next group to come out onto the track. Round 2 of qualifying here for Saturday's big 57th running of the I-500. Your current fast qualifier, the Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris. Zach DeWald on that number 57 machine. A 39.553, the time to be here. That was the Cobus Racing number 8 machine, currently 29th on the board with a lap of 42.588. Third one crossing over. That's the number 16 Stevenson Racing. Number 16 Preston Deschano at Auburn, Michigan native, the 24-year-old on board that Polaris. Deschano in that number 16 currently is qualified in after one round, 23rd on the board with a 41.964.
Should be Derek Colbus.
Colbus crosses over the Slidell, Louisiana rider, crosses over the line. That lap of 43.149 does not improve. The number 20 machine crossed over. Currently the 8th on the board, the R&R Racing Polaris, a 40.965. And Preston Deschano in that number 16 will come down that front straightaway. We'll get his time when he crosses over the stripe here. That was Derek Colbus, his lap. Colbus a 42.588, 42.588, his best lap. That is good for 29th spot here, qualified.
'16 Preston Deschano with a 41.809 sits in 21st.
Deschano, that was his best lap. He just turned his best lap right there, 21st on the board, 41.809. Here comes Derek Colbus, the doctor out of Slidell, Louisiana, does not improve of 42.735. His best time of 42.588. He is 29th currently on the board. I believe that was the 16, the Stevenson Racing entry.
Preston Deschano did not improve his time.
Deschano did not improve, 42.045 that lap. He is on the board. Deschano in 21st spot of 41.809. So round 2 qualifying underway here this evening here at the I-500. Colbus crosses over, does not improve, 42.750, 42.750s. He will not improve. He's 29th on the board. Stevenson Racing entry runs his best lap, John, of 41.715.
Nice lap, Preston. Yeah.
He jumps up one spot. Now he is 20th on the board. So the current time, the fast time to beat from round 1, the number 57 Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris, a 39.553. That is the time to beat here. The R&R Racing Polaris out onto the track. The number 20 R&R Racing Polaris currently on that board in 8th spot, as well as the 44, the WV Racing number 44. They are currently 21st on the board with a time of 41.762.
We'll have 3 more coming out onto the track here shortly. Spanky. There we come.
My name is Spanky Robinson. It's an honor to be joined by John Wick, the 4-time champion here at the I-500, as we give you our best effort here to try to pick up the numbers here of the sleds out for their qualifying runs here.
Second round of Sioux I-500 qualifying.
That machine, that is the WV Racing number 44, last lap of 57.06. So slowed down considerable that last lap for that 44 WV Racing Polaris. Crossing over there is the number 55 of Ambo, a rookie on that Furky Racing machine.
That should be Ryan McKaig on the 55.
It just flashed on here as Amble. That's the WV Racing number 44, crosses over, does not improve, 41.882. 41.762 his best time.
67.
That's the Hoos Racing players, that number 67. On the board, that Hoos Racing machine, currently 13th on the board with a time of 41.138. Does not improve, a 44.494. That run for that Hoos Racing 67. WV Racing players crosses over, 42.208. 42.208 will not improve. They will stay 21st on the board. There's the Hoos 67 and a lap of a 42.132. They're 13th on the board, does not improve. And out there is the Cataract Collision number 21. That machine, that lap of 42.905. WV will cross over the line, 42.061, 42.061. Will not improve. 4 sleds out onto the track here in qualifying. Trouble here with race monitor now. It has dropped off here. As we continue to try to get the sled numbers and the times for round 2 of qualifying here this evening, the I-500. The WV comes across on his 5th lap of 42.272. Will not improve. Still 21st on the board. Out now, that number 55, that Furky Racing entry out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. They are 12th on the board with a time of 41.116.
You know, I noticed, Spanky, that the temperatures are actually warming up through the evening tonight. Going to get up towards 20 degrees and then pretty much stay steady until tomorrow afternoon.
So what will that do to the qualifying? We'll wait and see. That may soften the ice up. We've seen the loose conditions in round 1, so we'll wait and see here as there comes Ryan McCaig on that Furky Racing number 55. That lap of 42.556 will not improve. Currently 12th on the board, 41.116.
Yeah, Spanky, you know, talking a majority of this water that was put down on this track was put down when it was really, really cold. And what happens then is it crystallizes real and just breaks off in bigger chunks than if you're putting water down at a warmer temperature.
Yeah, exactly. Like a softer ice sticks more, let's call it that way. And the sleds have a better opportunity to dig in. It'll wear off quicker, but they'll get better bite. And that's what we're seeing. I think we're seeing that ice crystallize off.
Yes.
And the sled's very loose, and the conditions, particularly in the back end of these sleds as they enter the corners.
You're looking at all the buildup already. They just plowed here just before this round of qualifying.
Out now on the Tommy Bauer Racing number 19, currently 18th on the board with a lap of 41.555. Also the 24, that Novak Motorsports Polaris, currently 16th on the board, 41.455 is their time. Those 2 sleds down that long back straightaway out onto the race course here at the I-500. This could be Bauer coming down the front straightaway there now. It is the Tommy Bauer Racing Polaris. Does not improve. 42,649. There's the Countryside Motorsports number 12, the second one over the line at 43,311. They were on the board in 32nd spot with a 42,849, so they will not better their time. Currently 32nd on the board for that Countryside Motorsports number 12, that Polaris.
We're really seeing these drivers struggling to gain their time here tonight, Spanky. Usually at this night segment, they usually can improve times.
Crossing over, that's the number 19, that Tommy Bauer Racing Polaris again does not improve, 42,487. So still 18th on the board. Countryside Motorsports, they run a quicker time, 42.678. That's their best time of the day. So still in 32nd spot, but that's their fastest run here. 42.678 for that number 12 Countryside Motorsports Polaris. Currently 32nd on the board. Crosses over the number 19, the Tommy Bauer Racing Polaris, 42.262. Does not improve, their best to 41.555, still 18th on the board. All three sleds down that back straightaway now. The number 19, that Polaris of the Tommy Bauer Racing stable, on its way down the long front straightaway here. He'll cross over. You see one to go here in round 2 qualifying. That lap, 42.243. Does not improve. Still 18th on the board.
Yeah. About 3/4 of a second slower than their best time.
Countryside Motorsports, 42.806. Does not improve.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the transponder's working on that number 12 now.
Yeah, it come across the line. It did not flash on race monitor here, so we're doing our best to get the times to you here with some problems with race monitor. Here's Bauer, he'll cross the line. 42.236, that did not change, so I don't know if that didn't pick up or that was just the time that it had last lap.
There we go.
Countryside Motorsports at 43.796. 32nd on the board, does not improve their time. So round number 2 of qualifying, your leader still on the board in the number 1 spot, that Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris, the 57 with a 39.553. That was ran earlier today here. Second is the second Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris, the number 5, James Hicks, a 39.686. Third spot, the 29 DL Racing Polaris, Joey Birch on board, 39.932. That is currently your top 3 here. Out on the track is that number 5, that Mickey's Factory Racing sled, currently second on the board. James Hicks out of the Cedarville, Michigan area with a 39.686. And the third sled out on the board was the number 77 entry. They are 35th on the board, the Brownlee Boys Racing entry. 35th spot with a time of 43.024. So they'll be looking to improve here. Second one was the Nelson Racing entry, 42.408, their best time. Brownlee boys, they run their best lap of the day at 42.934. They will remain in 34th spot, but that's their best run, 42.934. And Nelson, number 28, improves a 41.058. So
Fastest lap in a long time.
yes, sir. They are 12th on the board now. That number 28, the Nelson Racing Polaris.
Justin Tate on that sled.
Justin Tate on board out for his run. So good run for Justin. Crossing over on the McCoy Racing Polaris, number 88, a lap of 43.073, does not improve. Round 2 qualifying underway here at the I-500. There's the Mickey's Factory Racing sled. They'll cross over a 40.739. Still second on the board. They had a 39.686 earlier today. James Hicks, the rider on that machine. The McCoy Racing Polaris has crossed over a 43.659. Does not improve, as well as the Brownlee boys. 43.550 down that 77. So time's not generally improving on a whole here in this evening session here. There's the Mickey's Factory Racing number 5, crosses over last lap. 40.597, 40597. Still second on the board, does not improve. McCoy Racing Polaris comes across. 28th, currently 28th on the board, 44.179.
Brownlee boys, 77, 43.314.
That will not improve them. They are 34th on the board still.
Josh Mapes.
There comes the James Hicks on board, that number 5. 40.499. He'll take it back pit side. He will not improve. He is currently still second on the board with a time of 39.686. The McCoy Racing entry comes across 44.223. So no improvement. 28th on the board for that team.
77, Brownlee boys racing.
Brownlee boys they improve their time. They move up one spot, now 33rd on the board with a 42.748. 42.748. So
Josh Mapes put a nice lap in for now.
that machine improves its time. Next three out on the track for round 2 of qualifying here this evening at the I-500. That is the number 74, that Bunky Racing Polaris. Heads down into that turn 1 area. Also out on the track, the number 48, the K&E Racing Polaris. Currently 23rd on the board with a 41.835. Four machines out onto the 1 mile oval here up in Sault Ste. Marie. That's the Ericsson Racing Polaris, the 0. They are 34th on the board with a 42.855. That last lap of 44.778 does not improve. Bunky, the number 74 machine, a 42.082 does not improve. They are currently 5th on the board with a 40.665. .553, that's fast time currently held by Zach DeWald on board that his Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris. Top of the board, he ran that earlier today in round 1 here. Crossing over in the Ericsson 0,
44.118. 44.118. Still 34th on the board. There's the 48, the K&E Racing Polaris will cross over a 42.681. 23rd on the board, does not improve, a 41.835, their best run so far.
27, Andrew Terrell improved his time, 42.218, best time so far.
Yeah, Terrell runs his best lap of the day, so the R&R Racing Polaris, 27th on the board now with a 42.218. Couple crossover, the 27, the R&R Racing Polaris.
'74 Bunky Racing, 41.367.
There's the number 48 K&E Racing, that last lap of 42.388. Almost a couple seconds slower than their best of the day of 41.835. They are 23rd on the board here at this juncture here of round 2 qualifying.
You know, Spanky, that 74 sled, Aaron Christensen on it.
Christensen, Erickson, and Bunky. Bunky machine crosses over with Christensen on board, 41.797. A little bit slower, about a second and a bit slower than their best time of day. They are still 5th on the board.
But probably in a comfortable spot to make the 500. They're probably feeling pretty good, even with 2 rounds left tomorrow.
Yeah, the temperatures, I mean, what will that do to the track? Will they put some water down on the track this evening for the final round of qualifying? Well, time will tell here.
Time will tell. I don't think they would tonight with it being actually warming up overnight.
There's the R&R Racing, number 27, crosses over, does not improve, 42.832. K&E Racing Polaris crosses over a 42.465, 42.465, a little bit slower than their best time of 41.835. So they are currently 23rd on the board. We continue, some more sleds in the chute ready to come out onto the track here at the I-500. My name is Spanky Robinson. I'm joined by John Wick up here in the booth as we do our best to bring you the round 2 qualifying here. Some problems with Race Monitor here has created some minor issues here. We'll get the next 3 numbers when they cross over the line here. It's impossible to see the numbers coming in this darkness here. We've got to rely on Race Monitor here to grab the numbers. That is the 18, the Nelson Racing Polaris. First one cross over the line. Second one is the number 10, the Let's Go Racing Polaris. Third one across is a 51. The AP Racing Polaris, and the fourth one out there, that's the second Bunky Racing entered, that number 14, currently 6th on the board.
Taylor Bunky.
Taylor Bunky ran earlier today, currently 6th on the board with a 40.721, so he'll be looking to better that time. Here comes that Nelson Racing Polaris. Crosses over, 44.365, does not improve. Quite a bit slower, almost 3.5 seconds slower for the number 18. Crossing over the 51 AP Motorsports Polaris, 42.831, does not improve. As well as the number Taylor Bunky on that 14, the Bunky Racing Polaris, a 41.434. Here comes the Nelson Racing number 18 Polaris, 43,356. 43,356 will not improve. Still 7th on the board for the number 18 Nelson Racing Polaris. Crossing over in that number 10 machine, they were 21st on the board. They improved. They run a better lap. A 41.701. 41.701. So that was their best lap so far. They are 21st on the board.
Nice lap. Supposed to be Jake Giroux on that machine.
And the 51.42.438 will not improve. Still 26th on the board. Crossing over on that Nelson Racing Polaris, 44.147. 44.147. So maybe the race setup in that one quite a bit slower for that machine. They were 7th on the board entering this round.
Taylor Bunky's last lap, 40.862, only a 10th slower than his best time, sitting in 6th place. So that's a very good time for the condition of the track, Spanky.
Yeah, that's one of the machines that ran close to their best time of the day here.
They got to be feeling good about that.
Here comes the number 10 across the line at 41.992. 41.992 for that number 10 machine. Let's Go Racing Polaris, 20th on the board. We continue on. Your fast time of 39.553 set by that Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris, the number 57 of Zach DeWald. We have not seen Zach out yet in this round 2 here. Crossing over is the number 10 of 41.705. Will not improve. The Nelson Racing Polaris, 42.714. 42.714. So about 2 seconds slower than their best time. And Bunky of 41.154. 41.154. Will not improve. He will stay 6th on the board in that Bunky Racing Polaris, the number 14.
Yeah, that one stands out for me. Taylor Bunky's lap of that 40.821 or whatever it was there. Just a 10th slower than their best.
Next three out on the track, that's Ken Schwartz, the entry out of Sioux, Ontario. Currently 25th on the board, that number 75 machine. The Lungus Racing Articat, the number 23, they are 36th on the board. As well as, I think that was the RNS Racing number 17 out on the track. And Alex Atine on the Atine Heritage Racing Polaris, the number 54, they are 16th on the board, their best time of 41.253. And 4 more sleds out here on qualifying round 2 here. Ken Schwartz crosses over 43.350, about a second and a quarter slower than his time earlier today. And Lungus, 44.174, does not improve. 36th on the board still.
Ryan Spencer.
Ryan Spencer out on the track in that 22. He was 30th on the board with his best time of 42.598. Last lap, slower, 43.167. There goes Ken Schwartz, who crossed over. 43.240, 43.240. He'll stay 25th on the board. And Lungus, 43.926. 43.926 does not improve. The 22 with the Bulldog Racing Skidoo across with a 42.750.
Pretty darn good lap, just a little over a tenth slower only.
Just a tick slower than their best time, but they will not improve. They are 30th on the board here. Crossing over, Ken Swartz again. 43.090. Got a little quicker, but will not improve. Still 25th on the board for the number 75. And Luggers crosses over, 43.419. 43.419. A little bit slower. The teen across 41.532. 41.532. So just about a quarter of a second slower than their best time of 41.253.
You know, Spanky, Ryan Spencer always being on an Artie Cat since I've known him, and now sitting on a Skidoo. And, you know, it seemed like he's just searching for some speed here at the I-500 track.
Yeah, that number 22. How many years did we see that with an Artie Cat label on the side? Ken Schwartz crosses over 43.812. Will not improve. There's the Bulldog Racing Machine runs a better lap, their best of the day. 42.316, so they improve. They're 28th on the board, that Bulldog Racing Skidoo, with their best lap of 42.316.
But great story there. Ryan Spencer running with his son for the I-500, Cam Spencer. And so that'll be a fun team to watch come Saturday.
Absolutely. What a name up here in Sioux, the Spencer name.
Their Grandpa Terry is really having fun watching them too.
I'm sure he is. Ken Swartz, 43.477 in the 75 Swartz Racing Players. Does not improve. The Bulldog Racing, did they cross over and improve their time? 42, I think they have. 42.261. So Spencer gets a little quicker.
Beautiful.
28th on the board. 42.261. That is their best lap. That last lap.
Boy, nice lap for the way the track is. Yeah, he'll be happy with that, I think.
Your top five, the 57 Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris number 1. The Mickey's number 5 Factory Racing Polaris in second. The DL Racing 29 in third. The 25 Nelson Racing Polaris in fourth. Rounding out the top 5, Aaron Christensen on board that 74 Bunky Racing Polaris. That is your top 5 here. Out on the track, Nelson Racing number 25, currently fourth on the board, their best time of 40.145.
Marshall Bussey.
Marshall Bussey out under the bridge. He is out onto the track. Next one, the R&S Racing number 17, the third one to cross over. And I think that was the Masiak, number 26. We'll have to verify that. The 4 sleds, they are currently 37th on the board. Their best time of 43.479.
I got word that that's Hayden Nitsky on that sled tonight.
Hayden Nitsky out with that one. The Nelson Racing 25 just crossed over 40.423. Just a little tick slower, about a quarter second than their earlier run today of 41.45. Lap 2 for that number 17 machine. We'll find it on the board here. 31st on the board for the R&S Racing Polaris. Does not improve. 43.019.
I think that was the 00.
There goes the 25 across. 40.327. 40.327. They will stay fourth on the board. Masiak Racing last lap of 45.025. 45.025. Does not improve. Still 37th on the board. The Fountain, the Fountain machine, they were 39th on the board with a 46.536 that last lap.
There we go, 25, Nelson Racing. Marshall Bussey with a 40.106 to improve his time.
We haven't seen anything that well. What a great lap that was. Is Bussey 40.106. Still fourth on the board, but they improved their best lap right there.
Nelson Racing, they'll be happy with that lap.
We haven't seen many machines move up the board with their times, but that's the best time of the day right there for that Nelson Racing Polaris, that 25. The Fountain machine across a 46.174 will not improve. 39th on the board at this time. Here comes a couple sleds now. One sled right out to the outside. Kind of kissed that bank. We'll watch and see when they come across. That was the Masiak Racing 26, 44.703. That last lap time, 37th on the board.
That's Hayden Niski on that 26 sled.
The 25, even better, 39.989.
Wow.
They run that 39-second lap, that Bussey number 25. Boy, they stepped up. They are fourth on the board still, but they were getting the 39-second range.
They cut about 3/10 off here in the last couple laps.
39.989 for Bussey on board that one. Boy, good run. They'll be fourth on the board with that 39-second run. Now 4 machines running in that 39-second range.
Fun to get into that 39-second bracket. I'll bet you he'll be tickled.
Not sure on those numbers. There's 2 that just went by. I believe it was
they're
the
going into pit here. Yep. So we should get a new.
First one to cross over is the double O Fountain, I should say. 46.196. Will not improve. 39th on the board for the double O, that Fountain Racing Polaris.
That wraps it up for those 4. And they'll have a new 4 coming out.
A few more to go here in round number 2. And boy, nice run for Bussey on that Nelson Racing Polaris. He steps into the 39-second range now, 39.989. We have not seen anybody get anyone near that. So heck of a lap.
Heck of a lap on this track. Yep, I agree, Spanky.
Marshall Bussey now 4 machines in the 39-second. Your fast qualifier. Zach DeWall 39.553. Bussey runs a 39.989. I believe that was the Artie Cat East entry, the number 52, first to cross over. Currently 40th on the board. The second one.
Zach Herfindahl.
Zach Herfindahl in the AC Racing, his Artie Cat, 15th on the board for Zach. 41.253, his best time. Team Torture 35, the third one to cross over. 38th on the board at 42.638.
02.
And the fourth one.
02, Jace Power Sports.
The Jace Power Sports machine, the 02, out onto the track. They are currently 21st on the board. Their best time of 41.633. First one to cross is that the Team Arctic?
52, yep.
Team Arctic, a lap of a 46.257. And Herfindahl in his 32 with a 43.501 will not improve. Still 15th on the board. Then the Team Torture scale, a 46.620, 38th on the board.
Jace Power Sports,
last
02.
That 02 entry. Their time of 44.092, so they were on their best time of 41.633. So maybe some race setup going into that one, some experimental run going on. They are 21st on the board on that 02 Jace Power Sports Center Polaris. Herfindahl, HC Racing Arctic Cat, 42.769. Will not improve. Stays 15th on the board.
Spanky, you just question how good is that lap of Marshall Bussey's?
Wow.
You know, everybody else is struggling to come close to their time.
2 more machines crossing over. There's the Jace Power Center Sports Polaris 43.721. A little quicker than last lap, but a couple seconds slower than their best of the day. They are still 21st on the board. We're winding down, I believe. Just one more sled looks like in the chutes here. As round 2 in qualifying here. I think that was
32.
the 32.
Zach Herfindahl.
Herfindahl crosses over. His time 43.158. Will not improve. 16th on the board. 15th, I should say.
52 sled, 57.960.
Okay.
35 sled, 45.417. And the 02.
The 02, the last one to cross over in that 02 entry.
43.813. So none of those improved their times.
One lap to go, one more circuit around this 1 mile. There's Zach Herfindahl, 43.116, still 15th, will not improve in that 32. But 1 second slower, that one for Herfindahl, than his best of the day. Second one over, that 34.85, I believe that Team Torture. 35 at 45.559. Go a little bit quicker, but still 38th on the board. Their best of 44.944.
43.650 by 02 sled, Jay's Power Center, Polaris.
21st on the board for that machine, the 02. Couple seconds slower that lap than their best of the day.
43.026, Zach Herfindahl, number 32.
So Herfindahl running about 2 seconds slower out there in that number 32. He is 15th on the board currently. There's the Team Arctic East, number 52. They run their best lap of the day. It's a 45.222, but they improve. They will stay 39th on the board. Oh, it looks like one more to go here in round 2 of qualifying here for Saturday's big 57th run in the I-500. Boy, I'll tell you, a loaded field of race sleds down pit side here, trying to qualify for Saturday's big 57th running of the I-500. The last sled out to qualify here now. Round 2. Is that the 57? We'll wait and see.
Yes,
it is. The 57. They are currently on the board, the number 1 spot. Jacques DeWald on that Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris. Last sled out here. They're on the board with a 39.553. So can DeWald improve his time? We've seen Bussy in that Nelson Racing Polaris jump up with his time. He's 4th on the board, but
Spanky, this should be a good comparison to see how good a lap that was of Marshall Bussy.
We'll see now. DeWald already making his way off turn 4. He'll bring it down the long front straightaway here. And we'll see how the boys at Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris make out. He crossed over lap 1, 42.246, 42.246, about 3 seconds slower that lap. So he remains your fast qualifier. Currently out on the track, Zach DeWald in his Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris at number 57. His time, 39.553. That's what he's shooting for out here, but we haven't seen anybody anywhere near that time in this qualifying section. Bussy ran the best, the closest, with a 39.989. Here comes DeWald now. He'll cross over. We'll get a time as he brings it across the line. That lap, 42.626. 42.626. So I think some experimental
And I'll tell you,
stuff
you
going
wonder
on with that Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris. Would they be trying a different clutch setting?
Oh, they
possibly on there?
definitely could be trying some different stuff, but maybe be more for the race, 500-mile race.
Just kind of experimenting. I mean, he's still tops on the board with his 39.553. Here comes Zach. He'll bring it off turn 4, bring it down the line. He'll cross over. 41, a little bit better. 41 at 961, but will not improve on his 39 553.
Yeah, especially if they're thinking their condition of the track wouldn't warrant a new track record or improving their time. May as well get out there and get a good test on something.
We've pretty much seen Bussy, the only one to really run a really good number at 39 989. Certainly that was got that sled into the 39 second range. Here comes the wall now crossing over. That next lap, it'll be one to go for him. 42 368. So pretty consistent laps for Zach DeWalden at 57, but not improving his time. So I would think there's just some little different thing that maybe they just wanted to see how it reacts to that out on the track.
Right on.
Like you mentioned, if the track conditions don't warrant you don't think that it's even possible to get near that. He is number one, so
right.
He doesn't have to get any quicker
Right.
if he was going for a track record or something. But
Yep.
So in the last sled to go, certainly an opportunity to test something. Here comes the wall now, crosses over. 42 258. So pretty consistent runs. 42 second runs. Did not improve his time. So that'll complete round 2 of qualifying. We'll run them down here for you. Number 1 on the board after 2 rounds of qualifying here at the I-500, the Mickey Factory Racing Polaris. That number 57 is Zach DeWalden. In second, the number 5, the second Mickey's Factory Racing Polaris of James Hicks on the board with a 39 686. Third spot, that DL Racing number 29, Joey Birch, Nick Wickerham, that 39 932. They are third on the board. Fourth on the board, Marshall Bussy in that number 25. His best time of the day, he ran at a 39 989 in round 2. He is fourth on the board. Fifth on the board, the Bunkie Racing Polaris, that number 74, Aaron Christensen with a 40.665. Sixth on the board, the second Bunkie entry, Taylor Bunkie on his number 14 Racing Polaris, 40.721. Seventh on the board, last year's champion, the number 18 Nelson Racing Polaris, a 40.764. Eighth on the board, that number 28 Nelson Racing Polaris, the second Nelson Racing, or third Nelson Racing Polaris, I should say, 40.876. Ninth on the board, the R&R Racing Polaris, number 20, with a 40.965, rounding out the top 10. The WC Racing Polaris, 40.996. 11th on the board, Pichet Racing, number 13, that Polaris, 41.009. 12th on the board, the Cataract Collision Skidoo, 12th on the board with a 41.025. 13th on the board, Furky Racing Polaris, Ryan McKaig and the gang, Chris Furky down there, 41.116. 14th on the board, that's 67, Hoos Racing Polaris, 41.138. And rounding out the top 15, the HC Racing Artie Cat, Zach Herfindahl, the rider on that one, that number 32. They are 41.253. So that is your top 15 here after 2 rounds of qualifying here at the I-500.
Well, Spanky and John, thank you so much for taking care of Parker Ace Hardware. CUI 500 pole qualifying. Upcoming next at approximately 7:30 p.m. It'll be pre-race ceremonies, our invocation, and the playing of our 2 national anthems, and then we jump into racing here this evening on day number 4 of the 57th running of the GFL Environmental International 500 Snowmobile Race Week. Tonight, the headliners: the Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 Modified, a pair of heat races, followed by a big feature later tonight. I'll wrap things up here this evening. For those tuning in on FloRacing, we're going to take a short little break. Come back at approximately 7:25-ish, let's call it that. So about 25 minutes or so. We'll come back for pre-race ceremonies for day number 4 Here, the 2026 version of the most grueling and prestigious snowmobile race in the world. We're in the midst of race week. This is day number 4, the 57th running of the GFL Environmental International 500 Snowmobile Race Week live on FloRacing. We'll be back in about 24 minutes. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Booth cordless mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Attention down in the pits. All old 600 modified participants, please meet at 7:15. All old Mods 600s participants, please meet at the Make Ready chute for a quick driver's meeting. That's at 7:15 p.m. We certainly appreciate it. Pre-race ceremonies will get underway at about 7:27 p.m.
Test 1 2. Testing 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. Test.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check check.
You know how to, turn that on.
Good to go whenever you want.
Ready to go, Spank? And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we wish you a pleasant good evening from the Sioux I-500 racetrack here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. It is day number 4 of the 57th running of the GFL Environmental International 500 Snowmobile Race Week, live here on FloRacing. My name is Matt Preer from New Haven, Michigan, of the Performance Racing Network, alongside the pride of Deborah, Ontario, Canada, Lauren Spanky Robinson and Spanky. We've had a full day of practice and qualifying, and now we get to see some racing here this evening.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
Uh-oh. There you are.
There we go. We got her plugged in. Yeah, it's gonna be an exciting night, Matt. I tell you, this the track. We've seen the track kind of loose conditions of the back ends of a lot of these sleds out here, and we see some close racing, and we're ready to go. And the old 600s, boy, it is a treat to watch those and listen to those things go around this I-500 track.
It's going to be a lot of fun tonight for sure, as the Kokosing Alberici trailer, old 600 modifieds, take center stage here this evening. Earlier today, Austin League, the 33-year-old from Massanutten, Michigan, broke the old 600 mods track record as he won a 37.540, shattering the previous old 600 mods record by almost a full second. He's only 1/100th off the all-time track record.
I'll tell you what a run. Everybody's talking about that run that Leak had out here. That Skidoo was absolutely on kill out there. Is that ever a sharp-looking machine sitting way down in the weeds there? And he was so smooth through the corners, boy. You could just tell that was so fast, those laps.
We're just about ready to go. So as is tradition in all sporting events throughout this nation of ours, and when we uphold here at the Sioux I-500, would you please rise? Gentlemen, remove your caps. If you are able to stand, we would certainly appreciate it. For the invocation and the singing of the Canadian National Anthem and the Star-Spangled Banner, gentlemen, please uncover. Lord, we thank you for giving us a beautiful night, a beautiful week of racing here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. This is something we don't take lightly. The International 500 Snowmobile Race Week it's sacred. It's tradition here in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, as well as all over North America and all over the world. We ask you to watch over all the riders, all the staff, all the management, all the teams, all the crews. Watch over them, keep them safe, keep them warm. And we also ask you watch over all the men and women still serving overseas, doing what they do, because without that, we certainly would not be able to do what we do here. We ask all this in your blessed and precious name. Amen. With the Canadian National Anthem and a Star-Spangled Banner, our official I-500 National Anthem singer, lifetime Miss I-500 pageant queen from Kinross, Michigan, Miss Danielle Patingalo.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the ramparts we watched, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Danielle, thank you so much. We're ready to go racing here with the Kokosing Alberici trailer, old 600 modified shootout, the 5th edition of this event. Spanky Robinson, it's time to go racing here at the Sioux I-500 racetrack here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. The temperature, it is a balmy 16 degrees here in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. For the local residents here in Sault Ste. Marie, that's a brisk summer day.
Absolutely. Boy, I look out in the banks and see a nice crowd here tonight up at the I-500 here. Everybody having some good time. The kids sliding in that. And I'll tell you, Matt, I'm excited to see some racing here on this track. Boy, we commend the people who built a beautiful track here. And we're just minutes away from the old 600 modified shootout.
You know, last night during the Reefer Peterbilt Sioux Vintage Shootout, we were watching some of the kids sledding down the hills over to our left, right there at the front stretch. And man, they get some speed going down those hills, don't they?
Well, they still got the toboggan hill going down there pretty darn good. They're having fun, all the kids in attendance here, but the big kids are going to have some fun here momentarily as they bring these 600 modifieds out onto the track here.
Yes, indeed. As we talked about in the pre-race, Austin Leak, a brand new track record for the old 600 modifieds, a lap measured at a 37.540, average speed 95.898 miles per hour. That is flat getting it done on this 1 mile ice oval.
Wow, that was just absolutely the wildest run that we seen earlier. Austin Leak, a lot of work went into that sled that he built, the 33-year-old at Ossining, Michigan, and that Summit Point Sales sponsored machine is certainly got to be one of the favorites here tonight here.
So here's how it's going to work. 2 heat races, 7 laps apiece. This heat race, we'll call this the odd heat race. Not because they're odd or weird or anything, but this is the odd heat race. This will set the inside row of tonight's feature event. The even heat race number 2, that will determine the outside rows. So here's your starting lineup, and starting on the pole, it is your fast qualifier. Winner of the Kokosing Alberici Trailer Fast Qualifier Award, the Summit Point Sales Ski-Doo for Austin Leak Racing. 33 years old from Ossining, Michigan, it's Austin Leak in the 22 machine. Starting alongside him, the Rapid City Repair Polaris for Furkey Racing. 29 years old from across the bridge in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Canada, the 54, Ryan McCaig. Inside, our row number 2, the R&R Farms Polaris for R&R Racing. 32 years old from Bay City, Michigan, the number 20 of Adam Wheeler. And alongside him, the FXR Racing Arctic Cat for Lungus Racing. 30-year-old rider from Thief River Falls, Minnesota, the 23 of Ben Lungus. Scheduled to go, unable to answer the call, the 21 of Troy DeWald.
Oh, man. The crowd
the crowd come to see Troy DeWalt. That number 20 doesn't make the call. Boy, that's a tough one for that 56-year-old from Augrey, Michigan. But what a stacked field that is. I'll tell you what, Austin Leak just on fire here today. Ryan McKeag very quick on that FloRacing 54. Whaler out there. Ben Lungus, always a Three River Falls, Minnesota rider, always in contention. So
for sure,
going to be a good first heat.
It definitely will be, as this will set, as we mentioned, the inside rows of tonight's feature event. So this will be the inside of rows 1, 2, 3, and 4. And if Troy DeWalt is able to get back out for the feature tonight, he'll start inside of row number 5. That is, if he's able to get back out.
Yeah, let's hope that he can get whatever's happened with that 21. Get prepared as watch for that pace to make that turn in here now. We'll look for a green flag.
And the green flag is out, and here we go. It's going to be 7 quick laps around the 1 mile ice oval here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. Austin Leak in the 22, the 54, Ryan McKeag, the 20 of Adam Wheeler, the 23 of Ben Lungus. You've got Michigan, Ontario, Michigan, and Minnesota going at it.
Yeah, Leak will take that field down into turn 3 there now. McKeag in second as they roll down through out of 4, come off and look down this long front straightaway to come down a complete lap number 1. Austin Leak on board that Skidoo, the number 21 in first place here now. McKeag in second.
Leader of lap 1 is going to be Austin Leak in that number 22. Went a 39.166 his first lap on the racetrack in the race conditions.
Yeah, McKeag, his 46.93. Just a little bit slower than Austin Leak, but that number 22, man, that Skidoo is off and running. He's got a pretty good lead there now, about a half of a corner advantage over McKeag in that second place on that FloRacing entry out of Sault, Ontario, Canada.
Austin Leak, part of that potent Cataract Collision Racing Ski-Doo team for the I-500. Is going to be paired with two-time I-500 winner Wes Selby, as well as cross-country specialist David Brown on that number 21 machine.
McKeag runs a 39.692, so he's picked up the pace in second now, but Austin Leak, look at his lap, 38.180. 38-second lap for Austin Leak, so McKeag doing a good job, but Austin Leak, he's starting to check out.
Leak earlier today, as we mentioned, winning the Kokosing Alberici Trailer Fast Qualifier Award is his second career Fast Qualifier Award here at I-500 in this event, the 5th edition of the Kokosing Alberici Trailer 0600 Modified Shootout. As Leak crosses the start-finish line, that time 3 laps completed, 4 laps to go. Leak your leader, Ryan McKeag in second, Adam Wheeler in third, with Ben Lungus rounding out the field.
Yeah, last lap for Leak at 38.308, so he's still on the throttle as he heads down. He's got half a straightaway to advantage on that second place machine of Ryan McKeag and that FloRacing Polaris. You mentioned the 20 R&R Racing Polaris in third, and Ben Lungus, that fourth place machine. Already Austin Leak heading his way down the front straightaway.
Austin Leak gets a halfway signal this time by. 4 laps completed, 3 laps to go. Ryan McKeag in second spot. McKeag, part of that FloRacing stable. He'll be the lead rider along with veteran Billy Ski, Brian Ball, and rookie Eric Simon on that FloRacing entry for Saturday's I-500.
It looks like we got one machine slowing down in the far end of the track, but Austin Leak caution flag will fly here as one's gone down, coming off turn 4 down on the inside. Boy, I'll tell you, that machine of Austin Leak, I watched him just roll through turn 1 and 2 here, absolutely flat and gone.
Yeah, we have one sled, stopped over in turn number 4.
And there's one down on the inside of that turn 4. Didn't get the number of that one. It's either Ben Lungus or that 20 of Adam Weiler. We'll wait and see now as...
Adam Wheeler, part of that R&R Racing stable, he'll be alongside John Giffel and Rodney Bell on Saturday in the I-500. And it is Adam Wheeler, the 32-year-old from Bay City, Michigan. That's going to be that R&R Racing, always a great team here at the I-500, and they've got a pretty potent combination on their rider roster, along with the John Giffel and the veteran Rodney Bell.
Well, that pace sled will pick up the field here now as 3 machines remain there as that one sled off the racing surface down to that turn 4 area. The pace sled will bring him by here, but Austin Leak, your leader in that Summit Point Sales, Tarvin Construction, Smokies Mountain Bar. Some of the sponsors on the side of that number 22, that beautiful looking Skidoo.
Yeah, Wheeler and Giffel also paired with, and Ronnie Bell also paired with Andrew Terrell. So that is going to be a really good combination.
A lot of good teams here on the grounds here in preparation for Saturday's big 57th running of the I-500. But tonight, it's the Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 Modified Shootout. Heat number 1 here underway. And your leader, Austin Lake, Ryan McCaig in second on his Furky Racing Polaris.
That'll put Ben Lungus now in the third. Lungus, of course, we know the number 23 Lungus Racing Machine, the Arctic Cat team. They're awfully good as well on Saturdays here. And the first Saturday of February, that Lungus Racing team potent as well, with Lungus leading the way along with Abe Olson and Dustin Schwann.
Yeah, we got the vehicle down to tow that sled out of harm's way down that turn 4, so we'll remain under caution here until we get that machine removed from the race course. Adam Weiler, the 32-year-old rider out of Bay City, Michigan, on his R&R Farms Weiss Equipment Fairground Oil Woody's Racing Products sponsored machine, down on the inside of that turn 4 area. Again, you talked about that run of Austin Leak, 95, what was it, 95 point?
Oh, my.
Man, oh, man, that is absolutely smoking around this 1 mile.
95.898 miles per hour.
Almost.
That lap of 37.540. Only 1/100th of a second off of the all-time track record set by Todd Cricky.
Just
a 37.530, which that average speed's a 95.923 miles per hour.
Just to tick off 96 miles an hour. But I'll tell you what, the field will get another crack at Austin Leak there. McCaig, he'll be able to get right up alongside here as well. Ben Lungus, don't count him out. Lungus, the Thief River Falls, Minnesota rider, 30 years of age, on his FXR Woody's Racing Products sponsored Arctic Cat. So those are the three that'll sort it out here in heat number 1 here in the old 600 modified shootout.
First of 2 heat races. This will set the inside rows of our 15-lap feature later tonight. Definitely looking forward to that.
Pace sled slowly takes the machines down into that turn 3 area. That machine has been towed out of harm's way out of that turn 4 area. That machine, tough luck for Adam Weiler, the rider out of Bay City, Michigan.
Yeah, we mentioned with Wheeler, along with John Giffel, Andrew Terrell, and Rodney Bell, that R&R Racing, they've been coming here for, gosh, how many years now? I bet it's close to 20 years.
Yeah, absolutely. That great gang down there pit side. So,
and they got 2 teams here today to attempt to qualify this week for the I-500. They got the 27 R&R Racing machine that Andrew Terrell has been getting seat time on this week. That's a good addition to that R&R Racing team, Andrew Terrell.
Oh, absolutely. Adam Terrell, dirt late model racer, races it all, so can't go wrong. You see them put the barrel out onto the track here now. Those sleds will have to, when they come by, go on the outside of that burial.
So yeah, 1 lap to go signal being given this time. The Northern Power Sports Pace sled working its way around the legendary 1 mile here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan.
Ryan McCaig, the young rider out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, 29-year-old rider in that Rapid City Repair, Mid-City Motorsports, Fly Racing, Little Caesars, Ball Construction. Just some of the sponsors on the side of that Furky Racing 2000 Polaris XC600.
That sled's 26 years old.
Yeah, I know. It's just amazing how the time flies by here, but boy, oh boy, the fans treated these 600s sound really cool around this racetrack here at the I-500.
Yeah, in theory, these are the fastest sleds on the property this week. Even faster than the I-500 sleds.
Yeah.
Though last year, Zach DeWald kind of put a kink in that during the Meyer Pro Shootout last year. with his amazing lap in Meyer Pro Shootout qualifying 1 year ago.
These sleds much lighter, and yeah, certainly we'll watch for that pace sled there and make that turn down into the infield and watch for the drop of the green flag. We'll be back underway here.
So just about set to go.
3 laps in the books of the scheduled 7-lap heat race number 1 here. Watch for the green now as they come up to the barrel. And we're underway. Oh yeah, pretty good start for McKeag there. Leak, they race down into the corner. Ryan McKeag, a little look on the inside. Austin Leak, boy, he is hooked up and already has about an 8 sled length advantage over McKeag down that back straightaway.
You know, the International 5-Hour Snowmobile Racetrack here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, this is the Daytona 500 of snowmobile racing. Austin Leak would love nothing more than to come away with a victory. Not just a heat race. A heat race win would be good, but he wants that feature later tonight.
McKeag's able to stay with Austin Leak as they come down that front straightaway. McKeag may be slightly closing that gap now as they head under the bridge towards turn 1 and 2 here.
4 laps completed, 3 laps to go. We're at the halfway point here in this event.
Boy, that machine of Austin Leak just absolutely flat around the corner. He's gained another pretty good advantage on McKeag there. It's quite a ways back now to your 3rd place machine, Ben Lungus, the Thief River Fall, Minnesota rider. Austin Leak down out of turn 3 into turn 4. Here he comes down this long front straightaway.
This time by will be 5 laps completed, 2 laps to go in the odd heat race qualifier, heat race number 1. For the Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 Modifieds, Austin Leak, your leader. Ryan McKeag riding in 2nd spot. Ben Lungus in 3rd. Adam Wheeler will finish in 4th. Troy DeWalt did not start this event, but it's Austin Leak now with just over a half-second advantage on the Canadian Ryan McKeag.
Last lap for Leak at 39.962. McKeag just a tick slower, 40.020. So McKeag looks to make pretty good power down the straightaway, but Leak's machine is hooked up on the curve, running super flat as here they come again down to the line. They're going to look at 1 flag white to go, 1 to go.
1 lap to go for Austin Leak, the 33-year-old from Ossining, Michigan. He'll make his way into turns 1 and 2 one more time. Ryan McKeag trying to follow the sled tracks of your new track record holder in the old 600 mods. They make their way down the backstretch one final time.
Austin Leak was flawless as he went through 1 and 2. Leads McKeag down that back straightaway again. They've opened a straightaway lead on that 3rd place machine. Austin Leak now already down. He'll poke his nose off 4 and he'll look down to come to the checkered flag. McKeag, quite a ways back here. Here comes Leak for the checkered flag.
Down the front stretch, checkered flag waving in the air. Austin Leak will pick up heat race number 1 win. Ryan McKeag will come home in 2nd. Ben Lungus will finish in 3rd. And that'll set up your inside rows 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So Austin Leak not only breaks a track record in old 600 mods qualifying, he wins heat race number 1, putting himself on the pole for tonight's feature event.
Wow, that Skidoo is certainly running strong. But McKeag had a good race there, just about a second slower than Austin Leak out there. So it'll be an interesting inside row for that feature here. Heat number 2 coming up next.
So Austin Leak, the 32-year-old from Ossining, Michigan, the Summit Point Sales Ski-Doo. It's a 1995 Ski-Doo Formula 3 with a Fuji power underneath the hood. So we get set to go for heat race number 2. The even heat race. This event, the finishing order of this even heat race, qualifier heat race number 2, will set the outside rows of tonight's 15-lap feature event. We know Austin Leak's going to start on the pole. Inside of row number 2 will be the 54 of Ryan McKeag. Inside of row number 3 will be Ben Lungus. Inside of row number 4 will be Adam Wheeler. And final row number 5 on the inside, if he's able to get going, is the number 21 of Troy DeWald.
So as they look now to release the sleds down, we're moments away from the sleds making their way onto the track here for heat number 2 here on the Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 Modified Shootout.
Second heat race set to roll out here in just moments.
You know, a machine that was out earlier that was, I was impressed, Brian Ball on board that second Rapid City Repair number 55 entry out of Sioux, Michigan. Ball doing a good job on that one, so we'll watch and see how that number 55 Mercury Racing Polaris performs here in heat number 2.
So we get set to go for that second heat race. While we got a minute, tomorrow, day number 5. Well, we like to consider today probably one of the busiest days other than race week. Tomorrow, Thursday, February 5th, probably the most important day other than race day itself on Saturday. We determine who will sit on the pole for the Parker's Ace Hardware Sioux I-500 Pole Award, and we set the field for Saturday's 57th running of the GFL Environmental International 500 Snowmobile Race. And oh, by the way, it's Meyer Pro Shootout night.
Always exciting time Thursday evening here up at the I-500, and pace sled still out onto the track here.
So let's set the lineup for you. Starting on the pole, the two-time defending race winner, the Kokosing Alberici Trailer 0600 Modified Shootout. The leaders RPM Polaris for LMB Speed Shop, 33 years old from Pink County, Michigan. The 05 of Andy Shoemaker will start on the pole. Alongside him, the Woody's Racing Products Polaris for DL Racing, 34-year-old rider from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. The 29 of Joey Birch outside of row number 1. Inside of row number 2, the GR Engine and Machine Polaris for Nathan Joseph Racing. The 40-year-old from your favorite city, Gooley River, Ontario, Canada, the 01 of Nathan Joseph. Alongside him, the Hickory Dickory Docks Polaris for H&D Racing, 30 years old from nearby Brimley, Michigan, the 15 of Ryan Dalsky. Starting shotgun in the field, making his first ever appearance here at the I-500 racetrack, Sault Ste. Marie native in the Anytime Towing Polaris for CNC Racing, 29 years old from right here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, the 98 of Nick McKenzie. That is your field. 5 sleds, 7 laps. The finishing order of this event will make up the outside rows for tonight's 15-lap main event.
Boy, what a stacked front row that is, Matt, out there. Andy Shoemaker, that 05, that LMB Speed Shop machine, very fast out there alongside of Joey Birch on the DL number 29, Mount Pleasant, Michigan, the hometown of that 34-year-old rider. So watch the start here now. Watch for that pace sled to make that turn down into the pit lane.
Yeah, the Northern Power Sports pace sled on the far inside is going to make that hard left. 5 sleds, 7 laps, green flag, here we go.
They are side by side into that first corner. Joey Birch on the outside now. He'll try that middle groove. He'll go to the lead around Shoemaker as he'll head down the back straightaway in tow, the 5 machine of Shoemaker.
Andy Shoemaker going one-on-one with Joey Birch. Birch, part of that DL Racing team with good buddy Nick Wickerham. They won the last Myra event about 10 days ago down at Kinross Raceway Park. Birch getting some extra valuable seat time here in the legendary 1-mile ice oval here in the old 600 Modifieds. But he's got his hands full with 2-time defending race winner Andy Shoemaker.
Yeah, Shoemaker, he had a look on the inside down at turn 3 again. He tries to find an inside line as Birch will slide up a little bit, but he's able to hold off that challenge of the second place machine in the 05, Andy Shoemaker. Your third place machine is that number 01 machine of Nathan Joseph. The number 15, Ryan Dalsky, in 4th, and rounding out the field, that number 98 of Nick McKenzie.
Andy Shoemaker, part of that number 10 Let's Go Racing Polaris team for Todd Hoffmeyer, along with Jake Giroux and John Chooch Booth. That's a very potent team to say the least, but what a battle for the race lead between Shoemaker and Birch.
Wow, Shoemaker had that thing stapled down on the inside as he tries to find a way to get up alongside of Joey Birch. Joey Birch pretty smooth as he got a good run off turn 2, but again, here comes Shoemaker down on the inside. He'll make a charge. Can he get by Birch as they head towards 3?
Nathan Joseph currently running in the 3rd spot in the 01. Ryan Dalsky is 4th. Nick McKenzie running at the top 5. But that battle for the lead will just not let up. 2-time defending race winner Andy Shoemaker, the 29 of Joey Birch.
I think Shoemaker might have got by. We'll wait and see as they come across the line here as they head down into that turn. That is Shoemaker now out into the lead in the LMB Speed Shop 05. Birch now shuffled back to 2nd. Nathan Joseph in 3rd.
Good battle for the third spot, too, between Nathan Joseph and then number 15, Ryan Dalsky, as they battle for that final podium position in third. As Dalsky, part of that number 24 Novak Motorsports team for the I-500, along with Dakota Harris and Michael Kunzer.
Dalsky got a bye on the outside, but Joseph will fight back. He's got the spot back. As here comes your leader down the front straightaway in the L&B Speed Shop 05. That is Andy Shoemaker under the bridge.
Halfway, 4 laps completed, 3 laps to go. Andy Shoemaker continues to lead. Joey Birch riding in second. That battle for the lead is cooled off for now. The next battle on the track is for third. The 0-1 of Nathan Joseph. And along with the 15 of Dalsky, Ryan Dalsky now takes over the third spot. The number 15 shuffling Joseph back to fourth.
Dalsky shoves up the track a bit. Joseph a little look on the inside, but he'll collect it back up and head down the back straightaway. Dalsky in third. Already your leader coming off turn 4, heading down the line. Andy Shoemaker on cruise out there last lap. 38.256 for Shoemaker. And he crosses over the line here.
5 laps completed, 2 laps to go. Andy Shoemaker looking for the hat trick in the Kokosing Alberici trailer 0600 modified shootout. Winner of the last 2 back in last year, 2025, and again in 2024. Stopping Rodney Bell's streak of winning the first 2.
Shoemaker checking out now, but the battle's right down here at this end of the track is Ryan Dalsky. Nathan Joseph now has closed the gap a little bit. Dalsky able to hold him off already. Shoemaker, he'll cross over the line and come under the bridge. He is your leader here.
And he'll cross this time. White flag being displayed. 1 lap to go. Andy Shoemaker now has opened that gap on Joey Birch. Almost a 4-second lead over Birch. Don't think Shoemaker will catch Nick McKenzie, who's running at the tail of the field in 5th spot. But not bad for Nick McKenzie, though. First time ever racing here in the legendary 1 mile.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. But I'll tell you what, here comes the battle again. Joseph now, he'll run it up on the inside. He'll hold the throttle down as they head around the curve.
Side by side, down the back stretch they go, but out of turn number 4, down the front stretch they go. Checkered flag in the air. Andy Shoemaker will go to victory lane. Winner of heat race number 2, Joey Birch, will come home in second. Let's watch that battle for third, Spanky.
That battle for third down into that turn 3 area. Watch who's going to get here first as they come off 4. They are pretty much side by side as they come down the front straightaway. Nathan Joseph and
Ryan Dalsky in the 15. They cross the start finish line. How about Nathan Joseph getting into 3rd spot? In the number 01, put Ryan Dalsky in 4th, and Nick McKenzie will round out the field.
Yeah, good run for the Gula River, Ontario rider Nathan Joseph. Fought hard, got around Dalsky, able to grab that 3rd spot. Here comes McKenzie now. Nick McKenzie, he'll cross over and complete his race here.
So your front row, Austin Leak will go head-to-head with a 2-time defending race winner, Andy Shoemaker. Shoemaker will start outside of row number 1. Joey Birch will start outside of row number 2 alongside Ryan McCaig. Nathan Joseph will start outside of row number 3 alongside Ben Lungus. Ryan Dalsky outside of row number 4 alongside Adam Wheeler. And Nick McKenzie will start in the row number 5 alongside, if he's able to make it back out, Troy DeWald.
I'll tell you what, boy, oh boy. That is a pretty stacked lineup at the front of the field. Any one of those first 4 have certainly a legitimate shot at taking this here this evening. But 2 good heat races in the books. We look forward to the Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 final coming up here.
So mandated per tech officials, we're going to take a 15 to 20 minute break to allow the heat race number 2 participants the time that the heat race 1 participants were allowed to make any changes necessary before they get lined up and come back out. So we're going to take about a 15-20 minute pause in the action as we get the feature event for the Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 Modified Shootout lined up. We'll call you back here in about 15-20 minutes. For those on our FloRacing broadcast, we'll take a short break and come back with the main event of day number 4 of the 57th running of the GFL Environmental International 500 Snowmobile Race Week live on FloRacing. And welcome back to the Sioux I-500 racetrack here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, wrapping up day number 4 of the 57th running of the GFL Environmental International 500 Snowmobile Race Week. Our main event of the evening, the Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 Modified Shootout. My name is Matt Preer out of New Haven, Michigan, standing alongside the pride of Deborah, Ontario, Canada, Lauren Spanky Robinson, and Spanky, Austin Leak, new track record in Old 600 mods, wins the first heat race. He'll start on the pole of the feature tonight alongside the reigning two-time defending race winner, Andy Shoemaker.
I'll tell you what, boy, oh boy, that is an awesome front row. And not only that, that second row is nothing to kick stones at either. Young Ryan McKagan, that second row as well. His teammate, Joey Birch, in that DL 29, they rode together at Eagle River on that. That's a heck of a second row, and don't count out anybody in this race. Anything can happen.
That is for sure. This is the 5th edition of the Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 Modified Shootout. The inaugural event was in 2022. Rodney Bell going to victory lane. 2023, same one. Rodney Bell made it 2 in a row. But then in 2024, Andy Shoemaker stopped Rodney Bell from gathering the hat trick, picking up the win in 24. He repeated last year. In 2025, looking for the hat trick here today, but that Austin Leak's going to be awfully tough to beat.
Well, I'll tell you what, boy, Rodney Bell, too bad Rodney Bell isn't here. He'd be a good addition into this lineup here, but he's not here. But I'll tell you what, anybody can win this one. Well, we got a second here, Matt. I just want to give a shout-out down to, all the way down in Florida, Walt Praisner's sitting in the chair enjoying the FloRacing going on here at the I-500. Hello, Walt, and hope you enjoy this feature. It's going to be a good one. This is a Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 final here, 15-lap feature.
So while we got a couple minutes, Spanky, let's run down the schedule for tomorrow, Thursday, February 5th. 9 a.m., the Lock Center Home Center Press Center, which is right where we're at here in the Joe Menez Memorial Broadcast booth. 9 a.m., the office hours will open. 11 a.m., it'll be check-in for the Parker Ace Hardware, Sioux I-500 Snowmobile race teams and the Meyer Pro Shootout teams. That check-in and tech resumes at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. At high noon, 12 p.m. If you haven't already done so, grab yourself some 57th running of the I-500 apparel, merchandise, hoodies, sweatshirts, long sleeve t-shirts, short sleeve t-shirts, hats, all kinds of great stuff down there. There's some good apparel down there.
Oh yeah, real nice looking stuff this year at the trailer. Get down and you want to grab your event shirt for sure.
FloRacing's live broadcast of day number 5 kicks off at 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon with round number 3 of Parker Ace Hardware Sioux I-500 pole qualifying. And then at 3 p.m., it'll be the final round of Meyer Pro Shootout qualifying as we set the field for tomorrow night's Meyer Pro Shootout. We take our dinner break because, well, we got to eat, brother. And then at 5 p.m., it is the final rookie practice, the traditional rookie roundup at 5 p.m. Then at 6 p.m., it is final round of Parker Ace Hardware Sioux I-500 pole qualifying. The field, the qualifying results will be set. The field will be somewhat set. But note that the official starting lineup will not be publicized until immediately following the riders' meeting on Friday afternoon at Kuwait Casino's Hotel and Convention Center.
Absolutely. One thing I want to remind the people of, hey, you want to be standing by at the end of this when we got John Wick heading down at Victory Lane. He's going to interview the winner here tonight. So the 4-time champion here at the I-500, John Wick, he's down, ready to go. He'll have a chat with the winner here of this old modified 600 shootout 15-lap feature here.
Indeed, and wrap it up tomorrow, 7:45 p.m. will be the Parker Ace Hardware Sioux I-500 pole award ceremony to start finish line. You'll be taking care of that, Spanky Robinson. Then at 8 o'clock, we go racing tomorrow with a Meyer Pro Shootout. 2 heat races followed by a big 20-lap feature to wrap it up. Let's set the lineup for you. The Kokosing Alberici trailer, old 600 modified, feature event, 15 laps. We'll set the lineup. Starting on the pole, he's going for the hat trick, set a new track record in old 600 modifieds qualifying. Won his heat race. Aboard the Summit Point Sail, Ski-Doo for Austin Leak Racing, 33-year-old from Austin, Michigan. The 22 of Austin Leak starts on the pole alongside the 2-time defending race winner. The leaders RPM, Polaris or LMB Speed Shop, 33 years old from Pink County, Michigan. The old father of Andy Shoemaker. Inside row number 2, the Rapid City Repair Polaris for Furky Racing, 29-year-old rider from across the bridge in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Canada. The 54, Ryan McCaig. Alongside him, the Woody's Racing Products Polaris for DL Racing, 34 years old from Mount Pleasant, Michigan, the 29 of Joey Birch. Inside of row number 3, the FXR Racing Arctic Cat for Lungus Racing, 30-year-old from Thief River Falls, Minnesota, the 23 of Ben Lungus. Alongside him, the GR Engine and Machine Polaris for Nathan Joseph Racing, 40 years old from Gully River, Ontario, Canada, the 01 Nathan Joseph. Final row on the inside, it is a Hickory Dickory Docks Polaris for H&D Racing, the 30-year-old from nearby Brimley, Michigan, the 15 of Ryan Dulski. And alongside him, the Anytime Towing Polaris for CNC Racing, 29 years old from right here in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, the 98 of Nick McKenzie. Scheduled to go, unable to answer the call, the 20 of Adam Wheeler, the 21 of Troy DeWald, and the 55 of Brian Ball. So 8 sleds, 15 laps, the distance. Kokosing Alberici trailer, old 600 modified feature, my friend.
Watch for that pace sled to make that turn down towards the inside of that track here now, and we'll look now. Looks like the pace sled, we'll see if it will turn down here now, and we'll look for a start here. There it goes. It makes that turn, so watch now in the hands of Austin Leak.
Green flag is out, and here we go. Shoemaker with a strong start going into turns 1 and 2. Here comes Austin Leaker on the outside. Shoemaker's going to lead him down the backstretch for the first time.
Boy, it was a 3-way scramble for a second. Joey Birch had a look on the outside, but he'll have to fall in behind as they all head down into turn 3. Boy, Austin Leak off to a good start here, but right there in behind, I believe that might be the second place machine of Andy Shoemaker.
Down the front stretch they come for the first time. 1 lap completed, 14 laps to go. And it is Andy Shoemaker out in front. Austin Leak in second. Joey Birch third. Ryan McCaig in fourth. Nathan Joseph rounding out the top 5.
Boy, Shoemaker on the gas there. Leak now, he's about 10 sled lengths behind as it's spaced back into the third place machine. That's Joey Birch. Ryan McCagan's fourth on that 54, the Furky Racing entry. As the LMB Speed Shop leads the field off turn 4, heads down to complete lap number 2 here.
And 15 laps doesn't seem like a long race, Spanky, but this is on a 1 mile ice oval. This is a rather lengthy event for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. These straightaways here, there goes Shoemaker under the off turn one, real smooth. Now look at a higher line. Austin Leak looked up to find some smoother ice, but I think he'll lose a little bit of ground last lap. The Elm Bay Speed Shop at 38.194, so he is on the gas, Matt.
As they make their way into turns 3 and 4, down the south end of the property, Andy Shoemaker both drivers looking for a three-peat. Shoemaker wants to win his third Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 Modified Shootout in a row in 3 seasons. Austin Leak would like to complete the hat trick today with a fast qualifier award and the heat race win.
Shoemaker already under the bridge and in through turn 1, approaches turn 2 now. He's got a good lead here as he heads down the back straightaway. A 2.8 second lead for your leader in the L&B Speed Shop 05, Andy Shoemaker.
What a lap by Shoemaker that last lap, a 37.921. My goodness.
Wow, Shoemaker absolutely has that L&B Speed Shop 05 machine on kill out here. Here he comes down the front straightaway now as he'll already approach the crossover line and complete lap number 4 here.
Lost about 3/10 of a second that last lap, but is almost a 4-second advantage over Austin Leak in the 22 machine. Joey Birch is third, Ryan McCaig is fourth. Now Ryan Dolsky in the top 5 as him and Nathan Joseph resume that battle from the heat race earlier tonight.
Yeah, they're having their own little match towards the back of the field, but already you can see that lead machine, the L&B Speed Shop number 05, already now make his way off turn 4 and head down this front straightaway.
Boy, Shoemaker trying to get away from Austin Leak in a hurry with 5 laps completed, 10 laps to go, extending that lead to about 4.5 seconds over Austin Leak in the 22 machine.
You see a different line. Austin Leak, he takes that wide entry and then crosses over down off turn 2 and tries to catch some ground here as already your leader down into that turn 3 area. Your leader in the L&B Speed Shop, the 05, that is Andy Shoemaker.
That battle for 5th continued from the heat race earlier today. Ryan Dolsky in the 15, Nathan Joseph in the 01. They battle for that final position in the top 5 as they make their way down into turns 3 and 4. Dolsky and Joseph just cannot get away from each other.
Yeah, they are pretty much glued together now, as already now you can see your leader Shoemaker start to approach and put a lap on the number 88, that CNC Racing Polaris of Nick McKenzie, as they head down that long back straightaway towards turn 3.
And we've got a battle for second. The 22 of Austin Leak, the 29 of Joey Birch. Leak not only can't catch up to Shoemaker, now he's got to deal with Joey Birch for that runner-up spot.
Leak's been trying to find a different line, and I think he's been losing some ground. Birch has been able to close the gap here as they continue on here. We have 6 laps in the books in the scheduled 15 lap here, and your leader now up to a pretty darn good lead in the L&B Speed Shop, the 05, Andy Shoemaker.
Almost a 7-second lead for Andy Shoemaker over Austin Leak, who just cannot shake off Joey Birch. As that battle for second continues, Ryan McCaig comfortably in 4th. And that battle for 5th between Nathan Joseph and Ryan Dolsky has subsided for now. Joseph back in the top 5. But Andy Shoemaker looking for that 3rd win in a row in the Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 Modifieds Shootout. He's halfway there. 8 laps completed, 7 laps to go.
Shoemaker, he'll take that bottom line and he'll go around a lap sled there now as he heads down in that turn 1. But the battle's certainly close, just about a second difference between Austin Leak and your 3rd place machine, Joey Birch, on that DL Racing number 29.
Laps continuing to click off. This time by will be 9 laps completed. 6 laps to go. 6 sleds, do believe on the, yes, 6 sleds on the lead lap as of now. And indeed it is Ben Lungus, the first sled, 1 lap off the pace in 7th spot in the number 23.
Shoemaker safely through. He's got a good lead, starts to check out on the field here now. Smooth through 1 and 2 down the back straightaway as he enters turn 3. Every lap he gains a bit, almost an 8-second lead now on that 2nd place machine.
Well, we'll watch Shoemaker pulling away from the pack. Joey Birch got around Austin Leak.
Yeah, Joey Birch made the pass here now. He's around Leake. He grabbed second. Leake shuffled back to third. Ryan McKeag on that 54. That's your fourth place machine.
5 laps to go. We're 2/3 of the way through the Kokosing Alberici trailer 0600 modified shootout. That battle continues.
They head down under the bridge. There goes Leake under the bridge trying to find a way. Joey Birch now has got out in front of Austin Leake, a pretty comfortable lead for that second place spot.
Whatever changes Austin Leake made in between the heat race and the feature, it didn't work. He's now running in the third spot, and he's losing ground on Joey Birch.
Yeah, absolutely. They kind of spaced out there now, but big lead for your leader there. He's got every lap he increases almost 8.5 second lead now on that LMB Speed Shop 05, Andy Shoemaker.
How quick is he? He's about to catch the battle for 5th between Nathan Joseph and Ryan Dolsky as they make their way down the backstretch. Joseph and Dolsky into turn number 3 now, and Shoemaker is reeling them in a hurry.
Last lap for the LMB Speed Shop machine of Shoemaker at 39.242. That's getting around here, Matt. Just a low 39-second lap as Birch tries to close the gap. He ran a 39.420, but Shoemaker has a nice lead here.
5 sleds on the lead lap, soon to be 4. As Shoemaker got around Ryan Dolsky. Now he'll set his sights on Nathan Joseph. But Birch closing the gap a little bit. He knocked off a full second off of Shoemaker's lead.
Shoemaker on cruise.
And we got trouble. Austin Leake. Now we know why. Austin Leake off the pace. He's come to a stop. Yeah. Tough break for Austin Leake in the number 22 machine. As he is he is slowed, he has come to a stop. Well, we know why Austin Leake wasn't as fast as he's been all day long. Unfortunately, a tough break for the Austin Leake Michigan driver. Broke the track record in 0600 Modifieds qualifying. Was down it in his heat race, but now his night is over. Tough break for Austin Leake.
A lot of steam coming out from behind the cab of that Formula 3 Skidoo out there. Austin Leake walking around disgusted.
You know how big this is here at the I-500. We know how big it is to race here at the I-500. Austin Leake, he said his career would be complete with a feature win here at the I-500. Unfortunately, it's not going to come tonight.
Yeah, I think some motor issues with Austin Leake's machine as he kicks the snow down in that turn area there. His day done here, boy.
Full course caution with 12 laps completed, 3 laps to go. Just heartbreak for Austin Leake. The day was going so well for him. You kind of figured something was amiss on that start because Shoemaker was able to pull away from him as the way Leake has been dominant today. Shoemaker was able to pull away from him on the start, and then eventually Joey Birch got around him, so you knew something was amiss with the Leake machine.
Yeah, the way that his steam's still coming out from under that machine. I wonder if something's gone through the heat exchanger or something on that machine as it continues to kind of steam away down at the far end of the race course, but that'll move Ryan McKeag now up into that third spot. Joey Birch now, he's going to get an opportunity, Matt. He's going to get right up along behind of the LMB Speed Shop 05 of Andy Shoemaker. Boy, Shoemaker is starting to check out.
And it's all the way down in turns 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Where Austin Leake is, and he's... Boy, you see that ejection on his... he has his helmet off, but you know what that facial expression is right now.
See, now they'll load that on the toboggan there, but tough break. Austin Leake, he's been building that sled for a long time. A lot of hours put into to make that sled. It was so fast, just his day done there as they loaded on the toboggan.
Well, the good news for Leake is that he has 2 more chances here this week as he is participating in the Meyer Pro Shootout, and he's behind the handlebars of that potent number 21 Cataract Collision Racing Ski-Doo in the Meyer Pro Shootout. He's still got to qualify into the show, but he's part of the Meyer Pro Shootout program, and of course he's with Cataract Collision Racing in the I-500, along with 2-time I-500 winner Wes Selby and cross-country specialist David Brown.
Well, the pace sled has the field now in formation in behind as they slowly head down here back straightaway towards turn 3. Caution flag flies here as Austin Leak a problem with his Formula 3 Skidoo down in that turn 3-4 area. He'll get towed back pit side. But I'll tell you what, it's going to be a 4-lap shootout, and that 8 or 9 second lead that Andy Shoemaker had is all gone. Joey Birch, he is right up knocking on the door, as well as now Ryan McCagle will be in the mix there in third.
So keeping an eye on the Cookout Clash there at Bowman Gray Stadium, which was rescheduled for today.
Oh,
they're currently under a delay. It is sleeting in Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
They're having a hard time
sleeting.
Getting that in. I planned on watching that on Sunday.
We would love to see some sleet here. Bring it on. We can race. Why can't they?
After we're done here, we'll get to go home and maybe put her on and turn her on.
Well, the Red Wings are playing tonight, too, in Utah.
It might be tomorrow morning before they get that race.
Yeah, it was scheduled for Sunday. They postponed it to Monday. Then they postponed it to today. And right now it's sleeting. Sleet in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. That's just a couple of phrases you don't normally hear. You know what I mean?
So the field back under formation here. I see Nathan Joseph up on the outside beside their leader in the L&B machine Speed Shop 05. So do they get to pick which lane they want to start from, Matt? As Nathan Joseph in that 01 is currently on the outside.
The choose rule perhaps in effect here with the snowmobiles. Not accustomed to seeing it with snowmobiles, but nevertheless.
No, but that was definitely Nathan Joseph on the outside of the 01.
But it's not a bad idea on the part of Joey Birch to follow right into sled tracks of Andy Shoemaker.
Well, time will tell.
We'll revert back. 11 laps completed, 4 laps to go. So a 4-lap dash for the cash coming up.
I'll tell you, one of the things they put in place this year, safety features, those lights on the helmet.
Yes.
We're a half mile away, and that's just lighting up like candles down there. Great safety feature, the lights on the back of a rider's helmet here. The pace sled brings the field down the front straightaway here.
11 laps completed, 4 laps to go. Our final event of day 4 of the 57th running of the GFL Environmental International 500 Snowmobile Race. Northern Power Sports Pace Sled will pull into the infield. We'll make that hard left here momentarily.
Boy, that barrel squeezed right out to the outside of the track.
Is. I was noticing that too.
Yeah. Yes. That pace sled, watch for it to make that turn down. Single file restart. That's the reason why here.
And here we go.
Shoemaker absolutely nailed the start, but it looks like McCaig might have got a good start from the outside. We'll wait and see, as he might have got around Joey Birch there. Shoemaker down the back straightaway.
Andy Shoemaker looking for his 3rd straight victory in the Kokosing Alberici Trailer 0600 Modified Shootout. We got a battle for the race lead.
Whoever that was just hammered the throttle on the inside.
Oh, but Shoemaker powers back to the inside. They retake the lead. Now they're side by side down the front stretch. Here they come. It's Andy Shoemaker going one-on-one. Down the front stretch with Joey Birch.
Look at this battle on the inside. It's Birch. He'll push up the track. He'll cross over. Shoemaker back on the inside. Birch on the outside now as they head down the back straightaway. They swap positions back and forth as they go down towards turn 3.
The battle continues. Joey Birch doing all he can to fight with, to get by the 2-time reigning winner of this event. But Joey Birch has been to victory lane in the form of the 2023 I-500. And here we go.
You can see that the Shoemaker kind of crossed over in Birch. He'll have to fall in behind here. Now Birch looks on the bottom now off turn 2 as they continue to heat it up here for the lead here down the back straightaway. Your leader in the L&B Speed Shop, Andy Shoemaker. Joey Birch in second.
Joey Birch at Woody's Racing Products Polaris for DL Racing. Already a winner 10 days ago with teammate Nick Wickerham for DL Racing. Used to race for Tommy Bauer Racing. That's where they won the I-500, but this battle over here in the Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 Modified Shootout. White flag is out. 1 lap to go. Andy Shoemaker putting some real estate now between himself and Joey Bird.
Yeah, Shoemaker starts to separate himself here now. He's safely through turn 1 out of 2. Birch now one last crack down that back straightaway. Watch, we'll see him hold that throttle rate as long as he possibly can as they head towards 3 here, trying to find a way to catch Andy Shoemaker, your leader in the 05.
They'll make their way down into turns 3 and 4 one more time. Birch trying to make it close. You see the distance between Andy Shoemaker and Joey Birch. Birch not going to get there. Down the front stretch to go for the 3rd time in a row. Andy Shoemaker wins the Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 Modified Shootout.
Joey Birch will finish 2nd. Here comes Ryan McCaig now. He'll cross over in 3rd. Rounding out the top 4, Nathan Joseph out of Gooley River in the 01. He'll finish 4th. Ben Lungus, he'll bring the 23, that Arctic Cat, number 23 across the line. Sorry. Dalsky will be 5th and Lungus will finish 6th here.
And Nick McKenzie will finish in 7th with Austin Leake bringing up the rear of the field. But Andy Shoemaker completes the hat trick, his 3rd consecutive Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 Modifieds Shootout victory for the 33-year-old from Pinconning, Michigan. The leaders RPM, Polaris for L&B Speed Shop, with more support from Woody's Racing Products, Flannery Motorsports, L&B Speed Shop, Triple S Service, KB Welding, and AM Concrete. Some of the support on the side of that number 05 machine.
Here he comes, race fans. Put the hands in the air and salute. What a great run. Boy, what a exciting finish as Joey Birch put it on the line, but just not quite enough there now as Andy Shoemaker will pull up, and we're going to get down. We're going to have momentarily an interview with John Wick now. He's going to talk with your winner on the 05, Andy Shoemaker.
Yeah, we're going to talk. We'll have John Wick III, our pit road, one of our 2 pit road reporters we'll have this weekend. He's going to be stepping down in victory lane here in just a little bit. Shoemaker, a well-deserved victory lap around the legendary 1 mile oval. It's hard enough to win 1 feature here at the I-500. How about 3 in a row?
Unbelievable. Yeah, boy, oh boy, I'll tell you, that was, it was all the marbles were down, the chips were down, everything was, took a shot. Joey Birch had Andy Shoemaker, but he was able to hold off the fight and win here in the Kokosing Alberici Trailer Old 600 Modified Shootout here.
And Shoemaker, he's also entered in tomorrow's Meyer Pro Shootout.
We'll be on this side.
And also, he is part of that potent Let's Go Racing Polaris team for Todd Hoffmeyer, the number 10. Let's Go Racing with Jake Giroux and John Booth. Yep. That's going to be a sneaky good team on Saturday.
Yeah, that's a bunch of the boys gathering up and creating a team there. Absolutely is. Shoemaker continues on his victory lap here around the 1 mile here up in the Sioux, and great way to finish Wednesday here. Good day of racing, 2 rounds of qualifying in, and there you go. Andy Shoemaker's going to bring home the win here in the Old 600 Modified Shootout.
Yes, indeed. He'll make his way down to victory lane to see the media members gathering down there.
Beautiful.
Our resident official photographer, Brian Caswell, as well as memories by Andy Merrick from Memories by Andy. Also, Brian Caswell from Speed Shot Photography. We got Cowdog Photography down there, all the way from Langsburg, Michigan. Making their way down there is Andy Shoemaker. Pulls his way into victory lane, and he will talk to our legend, the 4-time I-500 race winner, John Wick III. Will talk to Andy Shoemaker.
How you doing, sir?
Andy Shoemaker, it's like we're old friends here, though. 3 in a row, and I'm not talking about the size engine that was chasing you after that caution.
I know I got loaded up at the end there, and I was worried it wasn't going to clean up, so I lost a lot of mile an hour going down the straightaways, and finally it opened back up, and I was good.
What an awesome performance. I mean, dominant performance, Andy. I tell you, you got this deal figured out on Wednesday nights.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give big thanks to Mike Kleinema. I mean, he's been doing this probably longer than me, and you know, the sled's always been a rocket. So, you know, without him, without my dad, my family, everyone else behind me, Woody's, this wouldn't happen. So.
Well, awesome performance. I got a personal question. Did you just get married?
I did just get married. I got married in October.
Congratulations. That I was once told if I ever got married while I was racing, I'd lose 5 miles an hour, but we find out that's not true now by your performance. Good job. Congratulations.
Thank you. I think I gained probably 5 more mile an hour.
I think so too.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, awesome job. Back up to you, Matt and Spanky.
John Wick III, thank you so much. And yeah, that's a if you're into like the not something that's the numerology or per se, but if you're into, you know, any kind of good luck charm or anything, you know, Andy Shoemaker. John asked him, did you recently get married? And he says, well, yeah, and he gained 5 miles per hour by doing so.
The old wily old veteran, old Johnny down there. But I'll tell you what, boy, the fans were treated to an unbelievable 600 race right there. That was the chips were down. Joey Birch took a shot, but just didn't have enough as that L&B Speed Shop 05 machine, boy, performed well. Tough luck for Austin Leak. We seen him so fast earlier in the day here. Mechanical issues with that machine, so we have to say tough luck for him. Good run for Ryan McKeag. He'll finish in third.
Yeah, let's run down that field. Andy Shoemaker, your winner in the 05. Joey Birch finishes in second in the 29. The 54, Ryan McKeag in third. Good run for Nathan Joseph. He finished in fourth after a third place finish 1 season ago.
What a battle we seen Nathan Joseph and Ryan Dulski.
Well, they couldn't get away from each other, could they?
They had their own race amongst a race in there. Boy, that was exciting times for that 4th and 5th spot. Dulski, he'll finish 5th on it.
Ben Lungus is 6th of the 23. Well, Nick McKenzie, his first ever appearance here. The Sault Ste. Marie native comes home in 7th spot. That's a good day for him, considering it's his first time racing here.
Nothing wrong with that. You're out there with the big dogs, I'll tell you. McKenzie got some valuable experience out here. Kept her upright, and he'll take it home, so he'll finish 7th here.
And Austin Leak rounds out the field. Of course, as we mentioned, not answering the call for the start was the 20 of Adam Wheeler and the 21 of Troy DeWald. So that wraps up day number 4. Let's talk about day 5 real quick. It all starts tomorrow with our FloRacing live broadcast at 1 p.m. with round number 3 of Parker Ace Hardware Sioux I-500 pole qualifying. Then at 3 p.m. it'll be the final round of Meyer Pro Shootout qualifying. Top 16 teams locked in. Everyone else is done for the night. Then at 5 p.m., it's final round of Parker Race Hardware, Sioux I-500 pole qualifying. That'll be at 6 p.m. Then at 7:45 p.m., Spanky Robinson will be taking care of the Parker Race Hardware Sioux I-500 pole award ceremony, the start-finish line. Then we go racing at 8 o'clock with the Meyer Pro Shootout. A reminder to the old 600 modified teams, please turn in your transponders in the infield tech building. We certainly appreciate that. A big thank you to Matt Smith and his entire crew, Kevin Streeter, my man Noble, everybody, the entire staff here from FloRacing, bringing you day number 4. Big thank you to John Wick III, got his sea legs back under him as our pit road reporter in Victory Lane interview, as he always does. Wednesdays have become John Wick III day, haven't they? I got my John Wick III hoodie on, so
looking good.
It's his day, man.
Looking good with that 52 on your back there,
yes,
boy.
Sir.
I'll tell you.
And we get the Isaac Wolfgang arrives tomorrow. Looking forward to him, having him up here with us. He's been battling some illness a little bit, but he's fighting it off, and he's going to be here tomorrow with the whole Wolfgang family. A big thank you to Dave Johnston as well. And again, thank you to John Wick III. On behalf of all of us, the I-500 Project, Inc., we will see you back here tomorrow for day number 5 of the 57th running of the GFL Environmental International 500 Snowmobile Race Week. For Spanky Robinson, my name is Matt Preer saying goodnight. Once again, congratulations to Andy Shoemaker. 3rd consecutive victory in the Kokosing Alberici Trailer 0600 Modified Shootout. Good night, everybody.